Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges,
Excused.
Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Fields,
Excused. She here? Oh.
Fields, Gardner, Gardner,
He decided to be excused for the rest of session.
Gardner,
Oh, never mind.
Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hinrichsen, Hawkes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kirkmeyer,
She's out. Excused.
Kolker, Liston, Liston,
Oh, excused.
Lundeen, Marchman, Moreno, Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson,
Excused.
I didn't say. Mullica, Mullica,
Excused.
I'm going to say Simpson again. Simpson,
Excused.
Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Mr. President,
Here. Morning roll call is 30 present, 0 absent, 5 excused. We do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Fort Collins please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members and guests, please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal, Senator Exum.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of Thursday, April 13, 2023 be approved as corrected by Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 14, 2023, correctly printed, Senate Joint Resolution 9, correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 5, 13, 16, 29, 31, 54, 65, 166, 167, 179, 205, and 206, correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bills 105, 247, and 249, correctly revised, House Bill 1009, correctly re-revised, House Bill 1052 and 1132, correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 214, and Senate Joint Memorial 6.
Committee reports.
April 13, 2023, the Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 264 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with the recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1074 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. April 13, 2023, the Committee on State, Veterans, and Military Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 211 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 276 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. April 13, 2023, Mr. President, the Committee on Local Government and Housing has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar for a member of the Middle Income Housing Authority for a term expiring September 1st, 2024, Stephanie Gonzalez of Granada, Colorado, occasioned by the resignation of Wayne Vaden of Denver, Colorado, appointed April 13, 2023, the Committee on Local Government and Housing. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1068 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1232 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Message from the House.
April 13, 2023, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bills 1264, 1153, 1227, 1105, 1120, 1178, 1237, 1213, 1231, and 1246. Amended as printed in House Journal April 12, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes Senate Bill 144, amended as printed in House Journal April 12, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 74, 8, 154, 93, 85, 162, and 182.
Message from the Reviser.
April 14, 2023, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bills 1105, 1120, 1153, 1178, 1213, 1227, 1231, 1237, 1246, and 1264 without comment as amended Senate Bill 144.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege by the Senator from Aurora and the Senator from Wheat Ridge.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. I'd like to request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I just want to acknowledge that this week is a week that's very special to women and to moms all across the nation, because we're celebrating the day that deals with Black Maternal Health Week. And basically, this is an opportunity for us to provide attention to the crisis that we're experiencing in Colorado and across the nation as it relates to moms who deliver and sometimes not making it through that scenario. I have statistics here that states that at any day in our nation, between 700 and 800 women die a year due to giving birth. And the reason this happens is because there just doesn't seem enough focus and attention on giving birth in hospitals. And what happens when you're Black, oftentimes, some of the signs are dismissed. They're ignored. Those signs are high blood pressure. Those signs might be that you start to hemorrhage, and people don't recognize it, people being those that are in that delivery room. It could mean that you might have a stroke or a heart attack while you're delivering, and this is happening at a high rate. So today, the President has signed this tribute for us to acknowledge some of the birth workers that we have with us today. Specifically, we have Mama Bird's Maternity and Health Spa, and they're working to address Black maternal health in the state of Colorado, and I'm going to read the tribute. April the 11th through April the 17th is the 6th annual Black Maternal Health Week, which seeks to bring attention to the maternal health crisis in Colorado and the importance of reducing maternal health among Black women and birthing people. Black women in the United States are 2.6 times more likely than white women to die from pregnancy-related causes. This high rate among Black women spans across all economic levels, all educational levels, all social economic status. And to address this issue, this tribute is really to acknowledge this work that's taking place to make sure that Colorado and others are playing a vital role to advance health care that is ensuring equity for all moms and all families in the state of Colorado. This was requested by the Black Caucus, which includes Senator Buckner, Senator James Coleman, Senator Tony Exum, and the members that we have in the House, given on this day, the 14th of April, 2023, at the State Capitol, signed by our dear President of the Senate, Steve Finberg. Members, if we could take this opportunity just to acknowledge the birth workers that we have here from Mama Bird, I would appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Coleman.
Let you go first.
Senator Fields.
Mr. President, I would like to request another moment of privilege to acknowledge some folks that are here that we all want to acknowledge and appreciate their role that they play in Colorado and specifically in Aurora and Arapahoe County and beyond.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, today we have the African Leadership Group, which is ALG, which is an established Colorado nonprofit that was created in 2006 by the founder and the executive director and my personal friend of so many of us that are elected that are standing here before you, and that is Papa Dia. His vision is and continues to be to help serve the entire African immigrant community, improving their quality of life. They do so through social, educational, and economic programs, offering opportunities for children and adults to address the diverse issues within the community. Addressing the cultural differences in this new environment while accessing resources to help strengthen the rich, the entrepreneurial efforts that's available for them in our state. This group operates several initiatives and activities that really help empower the African immigrant community as well as all communities to achieve long-earned goals. This organization is a personal friend of mine. I consider myself a daughter of the dust, and a daughter of the dust means that I have brown skin. And because I have brown skin, I always want to acknowledge the ancestors that got me to this point to be able to stand in this podium in the Senate chambers. So as a daughter of the dust, I just want to thank you for all of the work that you're doing to help people transition to a life here in Colorado, specifically in Arapahoe County. I see your work, I admire your work, and I just say keep up the good work.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you. I am so excited. Oh, I'm sorry. I am requesting a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
I am really pleased that the African Leadership Group is in the state capitol today. My Senate district has a large percentage of African immigrants, and I want to acknowledge them, and I want them to prosper, and I want our cultures to be integrated and connected. And I want to make sure that we develop strong community leaders, and your organization is helping us do that, and it is so exciting. And we also have an educator here today who is here with the African Leadership Group, and I want to make sure that we stay in touch so we can talk about the education issues, in particular with the African immigrant community. So welcome to all of you today. Make sure you come back, and we will keep lifting up your name in our community and here at the state capitol. Thank you.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, last piece of this is that all of ALG's initiatives are highly impactful. But Leadership Africa, now training its third cohort of leaders, is already having a measurable impact here in the Denver metro area. There's no better example of this than Dr. Ann Kiki. I don't see her here today, but an immigrant from the Ivory Coast who was elected last year to the Aurora School Board. Dr. Ann as she is widely known, has been a steady and calming influence on the board during a turbulent time. She credits Leadership Africa with teaching her how to navigate choppy waters without losing her cool, something that I think we know a little something about. Another ALG program I want to highlight is the Entrepreneurship Workshop. It's a 6-week program that culminates in participants making business pitches to potential investors. Last year, during ALG's Africa Impact celebration, 3 budding entrepreneurs were awarded checks of up to $2,500 to help them launch or expand their businesses. So ALG just never ceases to amaze me and us with its ever-expanding offering of programs and services that are tailored carefully to our area's growing African immigrant community. So members, thank you so much for allowing us to be able to share this morning with ALG, and please join us in giving them a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I hope that you were able to come down and say hello and greet the leaders of our tribal nations. Today is Ute Day at the state capitol, and Governor Polis read a very nice tribute to let the entire state know that we have designated today as Ute Day. It's a very special opportunity for us as lawmakers in this capital to be able to connect with the leadership from both the Ute Mountain Ute and the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, their tribal councils, their royalty, and other individuals and leaders. I'm very grateful to both of the chairmen for working together over the last few years of getting to know this community, building and strengthening our government-to-government relationship. As I'm sure you understand, the Southern Ute Indian Tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute are sovereign nations and governments of their own. I'm going to read a tribute and then introduce some very special guests, but I want to thank you members for taking the time to get to know these leaders. I hope that you would take the time sometime before your career is over here in the Capitol to go down to Ignacio, to visit Towak, and really understand the people who have lived here for time immemorial, basically. This is Ute land, this is Native land, and we are here on their land. And so, Mr. President, I'd like to read the tribute for the Ute people. The Senate and House of Representatives convened in the 74th General Assembly hereby extends sincere commendations to the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, and Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. We are proud to recognize the state of Colorado's 2 resident tribes, the Southern Ute Indian Tribe of Ignacio and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe of Towak, as well as their sister tribe, the Ute Indian Tribe of Fort Duché, Utah. The 3 Ute nations, currently made up of 7 bands, the Yampa, Mowach, Caputa, Wimanuch, White River, Uncompahgre, and Uinta, have played a unique and distinguished role in our state's heritage and culture since time immemorial. The contributions of the Ute nations to government, medicine, education, religion, the environment, economy, and military in our state constitute an ongoing and vital force shaping the Colorado we know today. The members of the Colorado General Assembly remain committed to maintaining strong, respectful relationships between our state government and the sovereign tribal nations with whom we share this state. On request of Representatives Barbara McLaughlin and Mark Catlin and Senators Cleve Simpson and Jesse Danielson, given this 14th day of April 2023, State Capitol, Denver, Colorado. Thank you so much, members. I cannot tell you what a privilege and an honor and a joy it has been to work with the chairman of both of these tribes, the council members, their legal representation, and individuals who I've come to know so well. This is an incredible community, and we are very proud to work alongside you. And I am very, very encouraged by the commitment that the State and House of Representatives has made in the years that I've been here to work even closer together and properly address the needs and concerns, well-being of the communities, including both of the tribal nations that call Colorado home, that are home there. This is their home state. Now with that, Mr. President, members, I'd like to introduce some very special guests who have joined us in the chamber today. First of all, I'd like Mr. Melvin J. Baker to stand and be recognized. Mr. Baker is the chairman of the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, the leader of that sovereign nation. Welcome, Chairman Baker. Vice Chair Lorelei Cloud. Treasurer Marvin Pinnacus. Council members Vanessa Torres, Dr. Stacy Oberly, and Marge Berry. I would also like to have the Southern Ute Indian Tribe royalty stand and be recognized. The royalty are the ambassadors, and we are really grateful to have you here, and you're doing a fantastic job, and you honor our chamber by being here today. Thank you, and I would also like to introduce a couple of extra people, please. Sunshine White, please stand and be recognized. And also Mr. David Smith. Mr. David Smith has been an invaluable resource for us here in the chamber as he guides on behalf of the council and the chairman the legislation that we work on the day-to-day. Members, I want to thank you for your time today. Please, if you can, make time to introduce yourselves to these incredible leaders and get to know this incredible community even better. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the guests that are here with us today. The Senate will stand in recess to be able to greet all of our guests.
It's right except for the ham comes great. You're such a pill. Didn't your lack of sleep give you a little, slow you down a little?
I was good buddies with Flipper. I was just curious.
Well, it's such a pleasure to meet you.
And you're a doctor.
Thank you for being here. So nice to meet you.
You're the money guy, right?
So nice to meet you all.
Awesome.
Enjoy your morning. Do you have anything else going on?
Thank you so much for being here.
I appreciate your representing at the summit and talking. I know, and I want to learn more about how to be supportive too. I always am supportive of this. She's been a real champion in this system. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, well, I hope to see you all again. All right, you too.
One more here. One more. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
All right, so ready?
Well, very good. Come on.
And one more. There you go.
How'd I look?
Yes.
How'd I look? You kidding. I got to tell you something. That could happen. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Take care. Good seeing you. Thank you.
Senate will come back to order. Where's the clerk? Oh. Will the clerk please add Senators Malika and Liston to the roll? Oh. Committee reports.
April 13th, Health and Human Services, Senate Bill 252 be amended as follows. So amended, be referred to committee of the whole. Favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 260 be amended as follows. So amended, be referred to committee of the whole. Favorable recommendation. Recommendation on the consent calendar. House Bill 1130 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. April 13th, Mr. President, the Committee on Health and Human Services had in consideration and set a hearing on the following appointments. Recommends appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirm member of the Commission on Aging for a term expiring September 1st, 2025. Christina Vogel, Lafayette, Colorado, serves as Director of an area agency and agency in the Democrat occasioned by the resignation of Robert Hall, the Republican of Aurora, Colorado, appointed.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 65?
Senate Bill 65, Senators Lundin and Bridges, Representatives Byrd and Wilson, concerning changes to the Career Development Success Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I move Senate Bill 65 on third reading and final passage and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 65. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 32 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 65 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators, Majority Leader Moreno. Exum. Priola. Buckner. Cutter. Rich. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 205?
Senate Bill 205, Senators Bridges and Lundin, Representative Martinez and Wilson, concerning a scholarship program for Colorado high school graduates that prioritizes awards for students pursuing high-priority post-secondary pathways and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 205 on third reading, final passage, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 205. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Van Winkle. With a vote of 30 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 205 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Mullica, Exum, Hansen, Majority Leader Moreno, Priola, Fields, Buckner, Winter, Cutter, Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 16?
Senate Bill 16, Senator Hansen, Representatives McCormick and Sirota, concerning measures to promote reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 16 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 16. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 22 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 16 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Exum, Priola, Fields, Majority Leader Moreno, Gonzalez, Kolker, Cutter, Winter, Danielson, Buckner, Rodriguez. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 179?
Senate Bill 179, Senators Moreno and Will, Representative Hartsook and Doherty, concerning insurance carrier requirements for health coverage plans and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 179 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 179. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Smallwood, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 27 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 179 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Malika, Exum, Hansen, Henriksen, Marchman, Priola, Buckner, Coleman, Gonzalez, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 5?
Senate Bill 5, Senators Jaquez Lewis and Cutter, Representative Lynch and Snyder, concerning measures to expand the forestry workforce and in connection therewith directing the Colorado State Forest Service to develop educational materials for high school students about career opportunities in forestry and wildfire mitigation, creating a timber forest health and wildfire mitigation industries workforce development program to help fund internships in those industries, allocating general fund money to the Wildfire Mitigation Capacity Development Fund, authorizing the expansion and creation of forestry programs, directing the State Board for Community Colleges and Occupational Education to administer a program to recruit wildland fire prevention and mitigation educators, and making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 005 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 5. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 23 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 5 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Hansen, Exum, Majority Leader Moreno, Janal, Rodriguez, Priola, Winter, Henriksen, Fields, Marchman, Sullivan, Buckner. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 13?
Senate Bill 13, Senator Janal, Representative Story, concerning resources for fire investigations to enhance public safety and in connection therewith prioritizing funding and wildland fire investigations and making an appropriation.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 13 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 13. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 23 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 13 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Will, Hanson, Exum, Roberts, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Henriksen, Priola, Buckner, Winter, Sullivan, Zenzinger, Gonzalez, Fields, Coleman. Please add the president. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to Senate Bill 65.
Senator Zenzinger will be added as a co-sponsor on Senate Bill 65. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 29?
Senate Bill 29, Senator Moreno, Representative Lindsay, concerning addressing disproportionate discipline in public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 29 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 29. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 22 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 29 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Marchman, Henriksen, Fields, Sullivan, Priola, Winter, Buckner, Gonzalez. Who is that? Cutter. I was like, I don't know what the back of that head is. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 31?
Senate Bill 31, Senators Danielson and Cutter, Representatives Stone and Lindsay, concerning improving older Coloradans' access to trained geriatric specialist health care providers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 31 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 31. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 22 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 31 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hanson, Gonzalez, Jaquez Lewis, Colker, Janal, Exum, Marchman, Sullivan, Zenzinger, Priola, Fields, Winter, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 54?
Senate Bill 54, Senator Danielson, Representatives Garcia and Velasco, concerning the duties of the Office of Liaison for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 54 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 54. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Pelton R, Pelton B, Rich, Liston, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Roberts. With a vote of 22 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 54 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Coleman, Exum, Gonzalez, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Henriksen, Fields, Priola, Cutter, Winter, Sullivan, Buckner, Colker. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 166?
Senate Bill 166, Senators Cutter and Exum, Representatives Froelich and Velasco, concerning the establishment of a Wildfire Resiliency Code Board and in connection therewith, requiring the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board to adopt model codes requiring governing bodies with jurisdiction in an area within the wildland-urban interface to adopt codes that meet or exceed the standards set forth in model codes and making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 166 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 166. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Will, Rich, Gardner, Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 22 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 166 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hansen, Gonzalez, Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Coleman, Fields, Priola, Sullivan, Buckner, Winter. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1009?
House Bill 1009, Representative Lindsay, Senator Moreno, concerning measures to improve services for students who use substances and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1009 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1009. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 22 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, House Bill 1009 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Winter, Exum, Fields, Henriksen, Colker, Jaquez Lewis, Gonzalez, Coleman, Priola, Zenzinger, Cutter, Janal, Buckner. Please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 167?
Senate Bill 167, Senators Winter F. and Will, Representatives Garcia and Lindsay, concerning the regulation of certified midwives by the State Board of Nursing and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 167 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 167. Are there any no votes? Senators Minority Leader Lundin.
We got one.
With a vote of 31 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 167 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Janal, Hansen, Exum, Colker, Marchman, Fields, Henriksen, Priola, Cutter, Gonzalez, please add the President. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 206?
Senate Bill 206, Senator Winter F., Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Sirota, concerning information about radon in residential real property transactions.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 206.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 206. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Janal. With a vote of 23 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 206 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Gonzalez, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Priola, Buckner, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Majority Leader Moreno, Exum, Fields. Please have the president. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders second reading consent at the hour of 10:19 a.m. Senate
Majority
Bill
Leader.
66,
Mr.
Senate
Majority
Bill
Leader.
192, and Senate Bill 199.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw that motion.
Committee reports.
April 13, 2023, Mr. President, the Committee on Health and Human Services has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed. Members of the State Board of Health for a term expiring March 1, 2026, Guyleen Castriato of Broomfield, Colorado, a resident of the 7th Congressional District and a Democrat, appointed. April 14, 2023, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 66 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 98 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 145 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 153 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 172 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 192 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 195 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 200 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 212 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 255 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 256 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 258 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 272 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1186 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Concurrent Resolution 1002 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. April 13, 2023, the Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1003 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders second reading consent at the hour of 10:22 a.m. Senate Bill 66, Senate Bill 192, and Senate Bill 199. And colleagues, calendars have been distributed to your desks.
The motion is that the Senate take up Senate Bills 66, 153, 192, and 199 on special orders consent at the hour of 10:22 a.m. This does require a 2/3 majority. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills mentioned on special orders consent at the hour of 10:22 a.m. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Hansen will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 66, Senators Simpson and Hansen, Representatives Byrd and Lynch, concerning changes to the Advanced Industry Acceleration Program. Senate Bill 153 by Senators Rodriguez and Rich, Representatives Duran and Pugliese, concerning the continuation of the regulation of notaries by the Secretary of State and the Department of State in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Senate Bill 192, Senators Priola and Roberts, Representatives Kipp and McLaughlin, concerning the continuation of the Pesticide Applicators Act and in connection therewith, implementing recommendations contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies regarding the Act. Senate Bill 255, Senators Roberts and Will, Representatives McCluskey and Catlin, concerning the provision of so 255. Senate Bill 199, Senator Henriksen, concerning procedures for the issuance of marijuana licenses and in connection therewith clarifying that the state licensing authority may refund licensing fees when application is denied and allowing applicants the opportunity to renew a state license while local jurisdiction approval is pending.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the passage of all the bills listed on the special orders second reading consent calendar and their associated committee reports, which include Senate Bill 66 and the associated Appropriations Committee report, Senate Bill 192 and the associated Agriculture and Natural Resources and Appropriations Committee reports, and Senate Bill 199 and the associated Finance Committee report.
Is there any discussion on the committee reports? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report. What's happening? Oh, and we're back.
There it goes. The Senate will come to order. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 66 is amended. Senate Bill 192 is amended. Senate Bill 199 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 32 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 3 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 66 is amended. Senate Bill 192 is amended. Senate Bill 199 is amended, passed on second reading, in order to engross and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Majority Leader Moreno.
Oh, sorry. Too quick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders, second reading at the hour of 10:29 a.m. Senate Bill 212, Senate Bill 153, Senate Bill 255, Senate Bill 256, Senate Bill 258, Senate Bill 272, and House Concurrent Resolution 1002.
The motion is that the Senate take up the bills mentioned by the Majority Leader. At the hour of 10:29 a.m. This does require a 2/3 majority. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 10:29 a.m. Special order, second reading of bills. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Hansen will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the coat rule is relaxed. And if I may use the chair's prerogative for a quick moment, I would like to introduce my mother, who is visiting from Nebraska today. If you'll join me in welcoming my mom, Lana Holmes. And it was my day on the calendar. It's a big day. It's a big day. Whew. All right. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 212?
Senate Bill 212, Senator Danielson, concerning the creation of a CB's license plate to honor the CB's tradition.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 212 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report.
Mr. Chair, it was fairly straightforward. Just attach the proper appropriation and move to the floor.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Oh, is there any further discussion? Seeing none. The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the second time that I've come to the General Assembly with this bill. It did not find success a few years ago. But this is a pretty straightforward measure to create a license plate to honor the service of the Seabees. And for those of you who aren't too familiar with it, Seabees is a abbreviation for the United States Construction Battalions, or CBs. Their emblem, though, is a bee that's holding its machine gun, its wrench, and its hammer. The Seabees come in the night before the Marines and lay the groundwork. They've been really critical to the United States armed forces since Normandy and Okinawa all the way through Iraq and Afghanistan. We heard from several veteran Seabees in committee who came to ask us to pass this measure as a sign of support for the Seabees, for their service, what they stand for, and everything that they've given this country. It's been a real pleasure and an honor to get to know the Seabees who have come to me to run this measure. And I thank them for their efforts here. It's a real sense of pride for these veterans. The Seabees exist somewhere between the Navy and the Marines. They're U.S. Naval Service people but they call themselves the Dirt Navy. They don't fully identify with the U.S. Navy or the Marines, and so creating a license plate would be especially important to these veterans as they have their own very unique and strong identity, and we should honor them today by passing the bill. I want to also give a shout out to Mr. Jim Geringer, who was too ill to attend the committee hearing, an accomplished veteran himself, a proud Seabees veteran, and a friend of mine. Thank you so much, Jim. I hope you're doing better. Members, I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 212.
Further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we have these license plate bills, and they come up before us, and it's like, oh no, not another license plate bill. And I have over the years supported and been a prime sponsor of many license plate bills. But, you know, I'm not too big on license plate bills for dinosaurs, but when you take the situation, or you take the case of the Seabees, who are legendary for their history and their heroism, it is important that when we vote on this bill, we understand who we are honoring. The Seabees are actually formally known as the United States Naval Construction Battalions of the Naval Construction Force. And I don't think anybody's ever asked me, well, why do they call them Seabees? Now, it's convenient, and their patch, their emblem is of a bee with goggles, with a machine gun and a wrench or construction equipment in hand, a pipe wrench. But really, the way that originated was that the initials for Seabees was Construction Battalion, CB. And so Seabees can refer to all the enlisted personnel in that field, all of the Naval Construction Force, but there are Seabees that serve throughout the Naval Construction Force and some outside the Naval Construction Force. The Seabees became famous for their work and their heroism during World War II, both as the Naval Combat Demolition Units, so that was a very important piece of the Seabees, and the underwater demolition teams as well. Those units were considered to be part of the Seabees. They provide the manpower for all sorts of construction projects, and they have special task assignments, even to Camp David, and the Naval Support Unit at the Department of State. Seabees, you might say, well, who do they serve under? They serve under both the commanders of Naval Surface Forces Atlantic, as well as the many public works and U.S. Navy diving commands. Seabees were conceived of as a replacement for civilian construction companies in combat zones after the attack on Pearl Harbor. You may have seen the very well-known World War II movie about their work. The original concept was that Seabees would be a Marine Corps trained equivalent of those civilian companies, able to work anywhere under any conditions or circumstances. They have a storied legacy in that creative field, from Normandy to Okinawa to Iraq and Afghanistan. World War II Admiral Ernest King wrote to the Seabees on their second anniversary, "Your ingenuity and fortitude have become a legend in the naval service. They were unique at conception and remain unchanged from that model today." In October 1944, of the flying magazines, the Seabees are described as a phenomenon of World War II, and I would say of the industrial age. In the 1930s, the Naval Bureau of Yards and Docks, which is known for those of you who are familiar with the Navy, that's BU Docks, began providing Navy construction battalions in their contingency war plans. So much of wartime missions really has to do with construction, engineering, and logistics. And in 1934, they were originally approved. So the head of BUDOX selected the original officer to be charged, Captain Walter Allen, and Captain Allen presented that concept to the board, the Naval Board. And their first training center was named for Captain Allen. You know, there, like everything else, there was some criticism at the outset of the proposal that they would have a dual command, which is not regarded as a good thing, military control administered by fleet line officers, and construction administered by the Civil Engineer Corps officers, and that was a problem. But that was overcome, and in 1941, the Navy and BUDOX decided to improve the oversight of civilian contractors by creating headquarters construction companies. These companies would have 2 officers and 99 enlisted people, essentially a 100-member company, but wouldn't do any actual construction. They would supervise construction. On October 31, 1941, this is before the attack on Pearl Harbor, Admiral Nimitz, who was the chief of the Bureau of Navigation, authorized the formation of the first headquarters construction company. Recruiting began in November for the Seabees. It's interesting that this predated the attack on Pearl Harbor because there were those who were prescient enough to know that there was war in the Pacific that was becoming nearly inevitable. Something that I might point to foreign policy and defense planners today, but I'm sure they already know if you read the news. The Seabee skill set, as they began to work in World War II, was multifaceted with all the advanced military training, at that time being U.S. Marine Corps instruction, and that training led the Seabees to be part of the Marine Corps Shore Party, the pioneers, the advanced parties to hit the beach and do the things you need to do that are demolition, engineering, and construction. In many of those World War II landings, they added pontoon development, fabrication, and combat utilization. The military training added frontline combat with both the Marine Corps and the Army during World War II and the Marine and Army Special Forces during the Vietnam War. It also led to combat as machine gunners, so hence you see on the CB emblem, there's a machine gun in hand of that CB flying through the air along with the wrench. And on the construction side of their toolbox, the Seabees are formed with skills tradesmen. So think of these Seabees. They not only are trained in the profession of arms, but the professions of construction as well. They focused on airfield and harbor construction, something that was absolutely imperative to the mission in World War II as we island hop across the Pacific to prepare for the invasion of Fortress Japan, something that we avoided by the use of the atomic bomb, a discussion for another day. They also maintain the facilities. You know, a good part of civil engineering and construction has to do with public health. They perform mosquito and malaria control.
Senator Gardner?
Yes.
Apologies for the interruption. I did just want to ask, I've learned a tremendous amount about the CBs in the last 20 minutes. I just wondered if you have any comments on the license plate itself, which is the heart of this bill.
I do, and I was commenting on the license plate itself because we have to determine in adopting this license plate, Mr. Chair, whether the CBs are worthy of this honor of having a license plate in their honor. And if you do not understand the full and entire history of the CBs, you will not know that this is one of the most meritorious bills for license plates that has been brought here in the Colorado General Assembly in all my time. So I thank you for that question, Mr. Chair, because there might be those who think that this is a bill about whether we'll have a Colorado CB fighting corps like the Aerial Fighting Corps, but no, this is about our license plate and should we honor the CBs. And I think we should, particularly for their World War II service. On 28 December 1941, Admiral Morrell, who I mentioned a moment ago, requested authority to commission 3 Naval Construction Battalions, CBs, and that request was approved by Admiral Nimitz. The 1st Headquarter Construction Company was used to commission the 1st Naval Construction Detachment, and they were assigned to something, and this became famous, Operation Bobcat. They were sent to Bora Bora and are known in CB history as the Bobcats of Bora Bora. Concurrently, with that, the other requested companies had been approved, and the Bureau of Docks took companies 2 and 3 of the CBs to form the 1st Naval Construction Battalion at Charleston, South Carolina, which today remains to be one of the major headquarters of Naval Facilities Engineering Command. This issue of dual command, which I mentioned a moment ago, continued to be a difficult issue for the CBs because naval regulations stated that unit command was strictly limited to line officers. Now, just so you understand, a line officer is not a JAG, a line officer is not a physician, a line officer is not a specialist officer. A line officer is an officer who is a command and warfare officer. So the thing was that they needed to have trade skills at the same time. And it was a concern that CBs needed to be at the same time commanded by engineering officers trained in construction. So the Bureau of Naval Personnel, otherwise known as BUPERS, strongly opposed the issue and went to the Secretary of the Navy about it. That was Frank Knox in those days. In March 1942, Secretary Knox gave the Civil Engineering Command complete command of all the CBs. 11,400 at that time during World War II, with 7,900 doing CB service. The first volunteers, this is interesting as we raise our military forces in World War II and how the CBs represent so much of what this country did. The first volunteer were tradesmen, bricklayers, plumbers, journeymen of all sorts and of all trades that received advanced rank for their trade skills. This resulted in the Seabees being the highest paid group in uniform. I think it's important to recognize the African American contribution and service of the Seabees. In February 1942, the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Stark, recommended that African Americans have ratings in the construction trades. And in April, the Navy announced that it would enlist African American troops in the Seabees. There were just 2 Seabees who joined the units originally, and there were controversies about that, but they ultimately were integrated into the Seabee units and made tremendous contributions throughout World War II. The history of the Seabees in World War II is more than just the movie. They did service as geologists, as petroleum engineers, as oil drillers, tool pushers, roustabouts, and roughnecks, because petroleum, fossil-based fuels, were critical and remain critical to our wartime readiness. There was even a malaria and epidemic control group, which was created to deal with insect-borne diseases. Between August 1942 and February 1943, American troops in the Pacific, imagine this, averaged 10 malaria cases for every combat injury. Let me say that again. For every combat injury in World War II in the Pacific, there were 10 malaria cases. So this was critical to the Navy and to the War Department in general. So it was an important task that needed to be done in order for the United States to have an effective combat force. On Guadalcanal, the 63rd CB had malaria control as its primary task, and a school was established in Gulfport, Mississippi, to train battalions for the malaria and epidemic control group. I could talk on and on about the Seabees, but I see that I have colleagues that would like to do those. And I need to learn more about the Stegosaurus because we have to consider a license plate for the Stegosaurus and whether a Stegosaurus should be honored later. So I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank you for your admonition to stick to the bill about a license plate to honor this valiant group of Americans.
Colleagues, a day of learning ahead. I can see it now. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to thank the sponsor for bringing this bill and thank the good senator from Colorado Springs for enlightening us on the Seabees history. A few things I'd like to add are just some of the mottos that they use themselves, which is, we build, we fight, and can do. The CB the logo that's on the license plate is actually one of the most unique logos we'll ever have on a car license plate. Probably the only one with the machine gun, certainly. But it's got the fighting bee. It's a gorgeous, I urge you to look it up if you haven't seen it. And that fighting bee has a machine gun in the front, but it also has a wrench and a hammer, and the combination of these three things really signifies the fighting bee, the spirit of the Seabees, because a lot of times, especially in World War II, and even continuing throughout American history to current times, is they are building, they're constructing, they're engineering things, and they are doing it under fire. It is a hugely important position, especially as we heard from the good senator from Colorado Springs, I don't need to repeat, but the CB with the machine gun, the wrench, the hammer, and the Dixie Cup hat is one of the most impressive logos I have seen, and certainly one of the most exciting for Colorado license plates. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, as you all probably know, you've heard me say, I'm kind of a World War II history buff. my father flew in the South Pacific, flew B-24s, and you know I've always been fascinated by the history and general World War II. And a movie that I remember seeing a number of years ago is called The Fighting Seabees. It's a John Wayne movie. You know, the Duke, John Wayne. This was a 1944 film that starred John Wayne and Susan Hayward. A lot of people remember Susan Hayward. She was a famous actress. The plot is that Wedge Donovan, now you can imagine John Wayne as Wedge Donovan. He's a tough construction boss. Building airstrips in the Pacific which has been talked about. You know, that's what the Seabees did after the Marines went in and the Navy. The Seabees went in and built the airstrips amongst everything else. So this takes place in the Pacific. That the Seabees are in there for the U.S. Navy during World War II. But, you know, he's butting heads with the commander, Robert Yarrow, because the Seabees, and particularly Wedge Donovan, they were not allowed to arm themselves against the Japanese. But when the enemy lands there on the island, Donovan's men want to help fight, but Donovan tries to dissuade them. But after the Japanese fighters kill and wound several of his workers, he changes his mind and he leads his men into the fray.
Senator Liston, pardon the interruption again. I think wide berth for actual history here. I think we might not want to stray into historical fiction.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'll be a little more brief here on this, but anyways, it was the way that they were honoring the Fighting Seabees, and no better way to honor the Fighting Seabees than with a movie of their own. It received an Academy Award nomination. It's a great film. I would encourage you all over the weekend to be sure and out there on YouTube or Netflix or something is to get the Fighting Seabees. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague and we'll let it go from there. Thank you.
And our good senator from the Navy, Pelton D.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just rise and wanted to talk a little bit since I think I am the only Navy veteran in the chamber, and I think that this is a really cool license plate. I have a license plate that's the United States Navy license plate, and I think that the Seabees license plate with the B on it holding the machine gun, I think that is it's a really cool symbol. In the military, when you're in the Navy, there's a few, yeah, I mean, other than listening to the village people, the good thing is that when you're in the Navy, you get to hang out with several different branches of the Navy, and one of them is the construction battalion. And they work very diligently. They have several rates that are cross-references through our rates, where it's like you have electricians mates on the ships, but you have construction electricians in the Seabees. And they're great to work with. I really appreciate them bringing out the sponsors for bringing this up and this license plate. But in the Navy, it was the Seabees were a lot of fun to work with. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 212 lay over till the end of the calendar.
You have heard the motion to lay over Senate Bill 212 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Bill 212 will lay over to the end of the calendar. That brings us to Senate Bill 153. Will the clerk please read the title, Senate Bill 153?
Senate Bill 153, Senators Rodriguez and Rich, Representatives Duran and Pugliese, concerning the continuation of the regulation of notaries by the Secretary of State and the Department of State and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 153 and the Business Labor Technology Report and the Appropriations Report.
Thank you. To the BLT report, Senator Rodriguez.
In the Business Labor Technology Report, there was a amendment drafted that was aligned with many stakeholders, the title companies, the banks, about rules for translators under the notary process.
All right, is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor, seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the BLT committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the BLT committee report is adopted. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were in appropriations this morning, and appropriations did what they usually do, and I'm asking for an aye vote.
Further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Rodriguez. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L002?
Amendment L002.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L002.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Colleagues, this amends the translator language. It had some rulemaking authority under the Secretary of State. This is just striking that wording because under the notary sunset laws, there's already some rulemaking provisions on this. So this is just a clarifying technical amendment, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 153. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L2 is adopted. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the Sunset Revised Uniform Law of Notarial Acts, and this will extend the act to September of 2032. This is good policy, and I ask for an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 153 as amended. All those in favor, pardon me, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, when this bill came up for reauthorization of notary publics, I had a couple of people ask me, should we even be regulating or authorizing notary publics? And I was astounded at the question, with all respect. You know, it's really important that we reauthorize the notary program in the Secretary of State's office. A notary public holds an important position. It's vital that the notary duties and responsibilities are overseen to ensure that notary law and its function is properly administered and has oversight. Notaries public, it's not notary publics, it's notaries public, are authorized to perform official duties that are critical to those who need them. I don't know if you've ever had the experience of needing to find a notary on a Sunday afternoon. And if you happen to be a notary in the family, you have lots of visitors from your family, but to come and see you, it's almost like being the somewhat wealthy member of the family. All your cousins will remember you when they need you. Notaries, by doing what they do, prevent fraud and forgery. Because the work of notaries is so important, it's important that we have a program and that notaries are properly tested. So, what is a notary and what are we reauthorizing? Well, a notary is an individual appointed and commissioned to perform a notarial act by the Secretary of State. That's in CRS 24-21-502-8, by the way. A notarial officer means a notary public or other individual authorized to perform a notarial act. Because that definition is in the CRS and it's so brief, it's important that we really understand what a notary public is. It's a verifier, it's an authenticator, it's a person of integrity that is appointed to the office, it's a person commissioned to stamp documents, It's an impartial agent of the state. It's a public recorder of acts, and it is a public servant. I've had several notaries in my career as an attorney and always have one available to me. The notary, the notarial officer, acts as an unbiased, disinterested, and official witness to the identity of the person who signs a document. So, I mean, that's the thing that's really there in the notary function. If you go to a notary, they're going to ask you to show them some kind of ID, although if you're personally known to them, there's an exception for that, but that's not usually the case. And they keep a book, and there are rules about keeping the book, and you have to sign the book, and you have to sign the document in front of them, and if you're sworn, if they're taking an affidavit, and we'll talk about the various things they do in a minute, hopefully, then they would ask you to raise your right hand and swear. While notarizing, a notary is responsible not to you as the person having it notarized, but to the people of the state of Colorado, just as you and I are, just as the district attorney is, just as the Secretary of State herself is responsible to the people of Colorado, the notary is there. Well, what kind of powers are we giving them when we do this? Their duties. Now, under RELONA, that's the Revised Uniform Law on Notarial Acts, Colorado notaries have 4 powers. The notary powers are included in 5 subsections, but the 4 main powers are acknowledgments, the administration of oaths and affirmations, copy certification, and witnessing or attesting of signatures. Now, under the Act, there's a 5th power referred to as making or noting a protest of a negotiable interest instrument, but that's only bestowed upon notaries who are employed by financial institutions. So that's why banks tend to have notaries, is because they notarize a making of a note or a protest. The existence of notaries, and this is why it's so important. So when that question was asked to me, well, why do we even do this? Why are we even authorizing them? It's the first line of defense against fraud. Regardless of which act or duty the notary is performing, the notary has a duty to check that his or her client, for lack of a better term, has a basic comprehension of what they're doing. Not to give them legal advice or anything else, but to say, okay, what's your document here? What are we doing? You need to sign. And if the client is obviously under the influence of a substance, not able to comprehend what they're doing, otherwise disoriented, if a notary is called to notarize a will, execution of a will of a person who's obviously incompetent, or somebody who's not of age, a notary should not perform that notarization. So this is just some of the things, and it's important that we reauthorize the notary program. Notaries are more important than many people realize, and if you need one on a Sunday afternoon, we even have remote notaries in Colorado today, but more about that perhaps later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's been a pleasure. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate that history lesson on notaries. I was a notary for many years when I worked for an attorney and the U.S. magistrate, and I continued to be a notary when I was the county clerk. And there's training that you have to go through to become a notary, and it's very important. Again, like I said, this is good public policy. It's an important service, and I'm asking for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Rodriguez.
I'd like to echo what my colleague said and the good senator from El Paso County as well.
Terrific. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 153. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 255?
Senate Bill 255, Senators Robertson, Will, Representatives McCluskey and Catlin, concerning the provision of compensation to people who suffer damages because of gray wolf depredation and in connection therewith, reducing an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 255 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we added an appropriation as well as a few other amendments clarifying the use of the funds by the Department of Natural Resources. Would ask for an aye vote.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great bill, and all it does is provide funding for compensation to landowners that have depredation and loss from their introduction of wolves. And as you probably know, a couple years ago, I run bills to allow that no sportsman's dollars can be spent to pay for this compensation and damage that livestock owners could receive. And so what this bill does is a continuous appropriation from general fund that pays for wolf depredation. It's going to create a lot of, I think, tolerance and acceptance, especially in the communities that I represent, if they are compensated fairly. So this is a great bill.
All right. And Senator Robertson, I just want to double check. Did we need to adopt the ag report? All right, let's do that now. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee report.
Great, thank you. Is there a discussion? Senator Roberts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made some technical amendments in the Ag Committee and asked for an aye vote on the report.
All right, seeing no further discussion, members, the question before us is the adoption of the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Committee report is adopted. All right, that brings us back to the main bill. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my colleague, the good senator from Newcastle, for his collaboration on this bill, and he said it exactly right. I just want to reiterate that this bill is helping us honor the voters' intent when they passed Proposition 114. The text of that ballot measure on every Coloradan's ballot was that Coloradans would be paid fair compensation to the owners of the livestock for any losses caused by gray wolves. Creating this fund within the department guarantees that that will always happen once wolves are reintroduced. I'd ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Further discussion, Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to say that on this compensation bill that there was a SAG group, Sportsman Advisory Group, and there was a TWIG group for the Technical Working Group that's been set up for this whole Prop 114 and the wolf reintroduction, as well as the Wildlife Commission. I just want to say they've done great work, and how they'll pay damages and depredation damages is pretty well set. This bill doesn't address that at all. It's just a funding mechanism to address the great work that they've done.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 255. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and 255 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 256?
Senate Bill 256, Senators Will and Roberts, Representatives Lukens and Soper, concerning prerequisites to the management of gray wolves prior to the wolves being introduced.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 256, the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
All right, Senator Roberts, I don't believe we have a report from the Ag Committee.
Great.
Just double checking with you. All agreement. Okay, so we have just need to go to the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee this morning, we added two pretty substantive amendments, and so I want to talk about those so that our colleagues are aware. We removed several sections of this bill in the Appropriations Committee today. The first is we removed the portion of the bill that would make reintroduction contingent on the appeals process and the litigation process for the 10J waiver. That was removed from the bill. So that is no longer in the bill. The other part that we removed is the requirement that an environmental impact study be done prior to reintroduction. And we also made a technical change to ensure that the 10J is published in the Federal Register prior to reintroduction. With that, I'd ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So after the amendments that the good Senator Avon just spoke about, now basically what this bill does, it requires a 10J rule to be in place prior to release of any wolves. So before the paws hit the ground, you have to have 10J in place. It's the full intent of this bill, and it's a great bill. Vote yes.
Any further discussion? Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the sponsors, for the good gentleman from Avon and the good gentleman from Newcastle. This is a great bill. Senate Bill 256 will be able to protect our livestock producers from protecting their herds. One of the things that we as livestock producers do is that we take very good care of our animals because they take care of us. And we never, ever, ever want to see them suffer. That's what happens when a predator tries to take one of your animals, and we will do everything we possibly can to protect our animals. And I just want to really say thank you to these two great senators for bringing this. We should never criminalize our livestock producers for protecting their livelihood and for protecting their livestock. This bill is so important to the industry in the state of Colorado. We need to have this 10J waiver before the wolf introduction because we need to protect our livestock and protect our livelihood. So thank you. I ask for an aye vote, and I want to thank the two sponsors very much. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Marshman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in support and appreciation to the sponsors for working on these amendments. We talked at length about these in our Agricultural Committee at the time with the 10J, the NEPA, and the litigation. I was a no, but with these amendments, I will be a yes today. So I appreciate the offer of these amendments and appropriations.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for their kind comments and support of this bill. I would encourage an aye vote and would appreciate your support of this bill, and just wanted to make a point about the importance of the 10J being given to Colorado prior to reintroduction. And I want to acknowledge the Department of Natural Resources and specifically CPW's work on this. When the wolves were listed as endangered species 2 years after the ballot initiative passed, that significantly changed the ability of CPW to do this rule for reintroduction the correct way. And we want them to do it the correct way. I think we all agree on that. And I want to thank CPW for taking the leadership of applying for a 10J and going through that process. Getting a federal waiver like that is obviously very time-consuming and running through a large bureaucracy. And they are on track to get that 10J before their planned reintroduction of wolves. All this bill does is give them a little bit of more flexibility if they need it. If for whatever reason the 10J is delayed, this bill gives them the ability to wait until that 10J comes down before they do reintroduction. CPW acknowledges that this is best practice. If we're going to do right by the wolves themselves, by the reintroduction process, and by the Coloradans that have to live with the impact of wolf reintroduction, this is the right thing to do. Getting the 10J is the right thing to do, and that's what this bill does, is ensure that that process is honored, that the great work of CPW and the stakeholder advisory group and all of the people across the state who on both sides of this issue that have put in a ton of work, getting this 10J honors their work, and that's why this bill is important, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Will.
Thank you. I couldn't have said that better. That was an awesome wrap-up on this bill. But the 10J is a management tool that is critically needed for the success of the reintroduction program. It's critical for the success of that program. So it's a must, and vote yes.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 256 on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and 256 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 258?
Senate Bill 258, Senators Buckner and Lundin, Representative Michelson Janae, concerning consolidating duties under the authorization process for Colorado educator preparation programs from the Department of Higher Education to the Department of Education.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 258, the Education Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee reports.
All right, that is a proper motion to the Education Committee report. Senator Lundin. Oh, Senator Buck.
The Education Committee heard the bill. They validated the bill as a great place to be, and they moved the bill forward to the Appropriations Committee.
All right. Is there further discussion on the Education Committee report?
There was no Education Committee report. So I've moved a non-existent report, Mr. Chair. I want to be clear in the record. But there is an Appropriations Committee report.
Yes, there is.
Well, there is there is an Education Committee report, so there must have been one or more amendments adopted. Any details you want to share on that before we?
Fair enough.
Senator Lundin.
And I think in an effort to avoid such alacrity, we're going to slow the conversation down. There is an Education Committee report because we did amend the bill in the Education Committee report. That amendment was an important amendment brought by institutions of higher education and the higher education department. They, in fact, said we would like to have a task force engagement in the process of what's happening with regard to this bill, and quite frankly, an ongoing participation in the elements of teacher preparation programs that would, by virtue of this bill, if passed, be controlled more closely by the Colorado Department of Education K-12. So that amendment is the Education Committee report item.
Very good. Any further discussion on the committee report? Senator Zenzinger.
I did want to comment on the committee report because prior to those amendments, this bill gave me pause. And part of the reason why I'm speaking to the committee report is that it's important for the body to know that what was amended into the bill was more collaboration and some more discussion with the institutions of higher education. It's a strange thing when we talk about teacher preparation because that teacher preparation takes place within our institutions of higher education, which are entities unto themselves. And there are processes and there are considerations from the perspective of the higher education institutions as it relates to this work, as well as important considerations for the Department of Education as it relates to this work. So I just want to compliment the sponsors and say thank you for listening to those institutions of higher education and working with them to get everybody into a more collaborative space with regard to how we are planning on moving forward with this bill.
All right, seeing no further discussion on the Education Committee report, the motion before us is the adoption of that report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Earlier this day, the Appropriations Committee met, and in a complicated maneuver that involved severing an amendment, in fact, appropriated some money to the Department of Education. Now, this is cash fund money, so it is appropriated as cash fund money would be appropriated.
All right, appreciate that explanation. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to the Appropriations Committee report, I think that it's really important that what took place in the Appropriations Committee report is held up because the original appropriation was going to take away the existing FTE around in the Department of Higher Education because it's assuming that all work was going to be transferred to the Department of Education, and that's just not true. They still have dual roles. They still serve functions that need to take place in both entities. We are not completely shifting everything over to the Department of Education. They are still operating as separate entities with separate responsibilities, and so I was very supportive of the amendments that came forward today in appropriations.
All right, further discussion on the report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was really my honor to co-prime this bill with Mr. Minority Leader. And this bill is really important for a lot of reasons. Under current statute, the Colorado Department of Higher Ed and the Colorado Department of Education have joint authority in reviewing traditional EPPs at IHEs for authorization or reauthorization. And although this partnership is advantageous, it can also be a little bit confusing. The accountability structures within the departments are different, which can leave educator preparation programs with two different messages. CDE focuses on specific learning and content and packaging that aligns the Colorado measures of academic success, which is CMAS, and the Colorado Educator Effectiveness Quality Standards. CDHE focuses on general content knowledge and pedagogy that pertains to educator employment, not just in Colorado, but also across the nation. Given that IHEs prepare students for employment nationwide, as such, IHEs may not be as specific to CMAS on the Colorado Educator Effectiveness Quality Standards. So we believe in streamlining this system under CDE, and this allows for a more focused system for our educator preparation programs to ensure educators are focused on employer-driven needs such as deep content and pedagogy. CDE and DHE will still continue to partner and collaborate to ensure strong educator preparation programs and increase the educator pipeline. So the benefits of consolidating this will be focus on Colorado-based content, knowledge, standards, and effectiveness, clear messaging and accountability from a single department of CDE to IHEs, and streamline authorization and reauthorization for all educator preparation programs. This is a great bill, and it's going to streamline what we're doing right now, and it's really important for Colorado.
Further discussion. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L003 to Senate Bill 258?
Amendment L003 by Senator
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L003.
To the amendment.
Yeah, in the process of collaborating, working together between higher ed and CDE, we actually stumbled over ourselves, and we've got a little technical cleanup here. Amendment 3, the first piece of this amendment, is that this technical change that clarifies that the Colorado Commission on Higher Education's existing authority to establish fees paid by private institutions is a part of the more general accreditation process. When we were dealing with this reference in the bill, we incidentally and unintentionally struck that. This restores that language. The second part of this amendment adds a representative from the Charter School Institute to the aforementioned advisory committee that was created in Section 2 of the bill. This amendment has been well vetted, well discussed, and is broadly supported. I encourage your support as well.
All right, any further discussion on L3? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L3 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L004?
Amendment L004 by Senator Buckner, amend the Appropriations
Senator
Committee.
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L004.
To the amendment.
Earlier today, in that motion that was severed and managed the issues we spoke about just a few minutes ago, we also essentially made a required or put ourselves in a spot where we needed to change the title of the bill from reducing an appropriation to allowing or essentially making an appropriation. L004 resolves that matter with regard to the title of the bill, cleans it all up, neat, tight package, ready to go for thirds.
Well, that is always appreciated, Senator Lundin. Any further discussion on L4? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L4 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Lundin.
I think my co-prime sponsor, the chair of the Senate Education Committee, did a great job of describing what this bill is about, what it will do, and the efficiencies it will bring. I endorse, validate, and second her comments, even though we don't second here in the Senate.
We don't second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But if we could.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 258. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and Senate Bill 258 is adopted as amended. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 272?
Senate Bill 272, Senator Moreno, Representative McCluskey, concerning a joint legislative committee meeting about a disaster emergency declaration by the governor.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Senate Bill 272 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we simply stated who the notice for these meetings should go to, so the chairs of the respective committees and the governor. Ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L004?
Amendment L004 by Senator Moreno.
Senator
amend
Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L004.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this states that a request for a joint meeting can be made by any member of either the Executive Committee or the Joint Budget Committee and can only be waived by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the total membership of both committees. I encourage your support for L004.
All right, further discussion on the amendment. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to call out that this amendment was drafted in a collaborative way to give the majority the authority it in fact deserves to have, and at the same time preserve and extend the minority's voice and ability to participate in all things at all times in a meaningful way, and appreciate very much this language. So urge your support of the amendment.
All right, seeing no further discussion on Amendment L4, the question before the body is adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L4 is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion on 272 as amended, the question before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 272. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 272 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Concurrent Resolution 1002?
House Concurrent Resolution 1002, Representative Marshall, Senator Fields, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning the expansion of eligibility for the property tax exemption for veterans with a disability to include a veteran who does not have a service-connected disability rated as a 100% permanent disability but does have individual unemployability status.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move HCR 23-1002.
To the resolution.
There's no committee report, and ask for an aye vote.
All right, any further discussion on the resolution? Members, this does require a 2/3 vote, I believe. It does not. Pardon me, not until we get to thirds. That's foreshadowing for you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of HCR 1002. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and HCR 1002 is adopted. That brings us back to Senate Bill 212. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 212?
Senate Bill 212, Senator Danielson, concerning the creation of a CB's license plate to honor the CB's tradition.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To honor the service of CBs, I move Senate Bill 212 and I'll ask for an aye vote.
All right, and just making sure, we adopted the committee report already, I believe.
Did we? Okay.
Yeah, so just double checking. I'm getting yeses, so we are on to the main bill. Further discussion, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. there is much more history to the Navy construction battalions with the Cold War, the war in Vietnam, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. But I think their history throughout is best exemplified by that history I recounted to you earlier. I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 212.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 212. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and Senate Bill 212 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion for the body is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order, and Senator Smallwood is excused. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 153 is amended. Senate Bill 255 is amended. Senate Bill 256 as amended. Senate Bill 258 is amended. Senate Bill 272 is amended. Senate Bill 212 is amended. Passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Concurrent Resolution 1002 passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is adopted in the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 31 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 4 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 153 is amended. Senate Bill 255 is amended. 256 is amended. 258 is amended. 272 is amended. 212 is amended. Passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. HCR 23-1002 passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Committee reports.
April 13, 2023, the Committee on Agricultural and Natural Resources, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 266 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 270 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 92 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Second reading of bills. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general order, second reading of bills, and Senator Hansen will take the chair.
Committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title? Oh, pardon me, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 111 and 273 lay over to the end of the calendar.
Members, you have heard the motion to lay those two bills over to the end of the calendar. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Ayes have it, and the calendar will be adjusted. 273. All right. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that House Bill 1224 lay over until Monday, April 17th.
Members, you have heard the motion to lay over House Bill 1224 until Monday the 17th. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and House Bill 1224 will be laid over. All right, that brings us to House Bill 1196. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1196?
House Bill 1196, Representative Leader Senator Sullivan, concerning clarifying that workers' compensation is not the exclusive remedy for persons aggrieved by violations of the Colorado Youth Employment Opportunity Act of 1971.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 231196.
To the bill. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1196 is it amends the Colorado Youth Employment Opportunity Act of 1971. Since the pandemic, employers have attempted to meet labor demands in many industries, and what we have experienced is an increase in the hiring of child labor. More children working means more children getting injured on the job and an increase of child labor law violations. What this bill works to do is to create additional avenues for justice for minors who are injured on the job while suffering violations of child labor laws or made to perform work prohibited for children. This legislation creates a narrow exception that only applies to minors and only when both an injury occurs and child labor laws are violated. Most Colorado businesses already comply and will not be impacted. This will only address those who we have seen recently intentionally violating the law. Actions taken to exploit, intimidate, and manipulate some of our most vulnerable workers. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1196. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
That's how you do
The
it, folks.
ayes have it, and 1196 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 184?
Senate Bill 184, Senator Winter F., Representatives Froelich and Garcia, concerning protections for residential tenants and in connection therewith prohibiting a landlord from considering certain information relating to a prospective tenant's income or residential rental history, establishing a maximum amount that a landlord can require as a security deposit, allowing tenants to pay security deposits in installments, and allowing a tenant to assert as an affirmative defense in an eviction proceeding that a landlord violated anti-discriminatory housing laws.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 184 and the associated Housing and Local Government Committee report.
To the committee report. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the committee, we struck down half of the bill and increased the multiplier to 2, and we increased the amount of how much deposits to 2 months. and took out other provisions, including the first come, first serve. And so we made significant changes at the request of the opponents and came much further in getting to agreement on this bill.
Any further discussion on the Local Government and Housing Committee report? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Winter, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L011?
Amendment L011.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L011.
To the amendment, Senator Winter.
This is an amendment doing some clarifying work around entities that receive government funding. And this is at the request of the bankers and of CHAFA, and I encourage yes vote.
Further discussion on L11? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L11 is adopted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did hear this bill in local government, and I will say that the sponsor, she did do some amendments that probably made this bill a little bit better, but I'm still getting a lot of oppose on this bill, and it seems to be mandating to rent to someone. There are already, if you didn't know this, 15 bills this year that have to do with landlord tenants. And this bill really gets a stronghold on small businesses. And you're really going to end up hurting the very people that you think you're going to help. What I'm hearing is that a lot of people are just going to sell their their rental properties, and there's going to be less for them to choose from. So I would urge a no vote on this bill. However, I will say you did quite a bit of work on this, but this bill is still not where it should be, and I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion? Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I urge a no vote on this bill as well. First of all, when I believe there's only 3 months of rental history, which is, oh, you did? Whole 12 months? Okay, thank you. One last thing I have to say. Sorry. It restricts the owner on the amount of income, on credit history, on regulating renting to the first tenant who applies. You can't, if you have an income that's greater than, now it's 200% of the rent, the basic finance says that housing should be no more than 1/3 of the income, you're kind of setting your tenants up for failure here with 184. What I'm trying to get to in this bill is that it allows for habitual renters. There's no economic value here for the owner. The purpose of the deposit, which I believe can be paid in up to 6 months. Thank you. All right. Do you want me to get your list of the amendments? No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I wasn't listening to you. No. You know, I understand the intent, and I really do. But there are things in here that that I look at in regards to a legal, if there's it sets the tenant up and the landlord up for failure. It's risky for a landlord from day one. The only thing you have to secure a lease is a piece of paper. And if someone isn't financially secure enough to pay an upfront deposit, then they probably aren't in any position to rent anyway. And it's just, you know, additionally, if friends and family and other resources don't think they're even trustworthy enough to help with a deposit, why should the landlord take on such a large risk? Maybe there's also something that you did with this as well, but I'm sorry if I wasn't around to hear that. Got a number of things going, but I think that you have to consider rental history, you have to consider the amount of income, you have to consider the credit score. The landlord should be expected to consider a totality of the circumstances. And to me, 184 is just another one of those bills which is put into place for the tenants to be protected, but also, we also need to think, how are we going to protect the landlords? And I'm again for the small mom and pop landlords who are really just trying to be good people and treat their tenants well. And I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Further discussion. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sit on the local government committee which heard this bill. Thank you to the sponsor for all the amendments she did to soften the blow of this bill. But at the end of the day, I feel it's an attack on landlords, on private rental owners. There seems to be a big push in these housing bills that are coming through the legislature this year to penalize the landlord and help the tenant. It's all one-sided. There's a misconception that these landlords are just rich people that have all kinds of money that they can just give and give and give. At the end of the day, most of them are people that they have their retirements wrapped up in this, in these properties. They help subsidize their incomes with this. So they have mortgages, is what I'm trying to say. They're not rich people. They're just everyday people just trying to make a living, set up a retirement for themselves. But with all this attack on the landlords, I see that eventually this state could be, the state may own all of the rental properties in Colorado. And I don't think that's a good place to be. There are good government rentals, but at the end of the day, we need to have private enterprise involved to where we keep things fair, we keep things equitable and balanced. You know, we get too much ownership in one bucket or the other, the balance goes away. So I was a no vote in committee. I appreciate all the amendments that have come to help this bill, but at the end of the day, I think it's still moving in the wrong direction. So I will be a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I do not sit on the local government committee, but I have heard from a number of my constituents who are landlords in my district, specifically those that are in and around the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, UCCS as it's known, as well as elsewhere. And I see that the good senator from Westminster, has made some amendments, as I'm sure that that were needed, and she probably had to. But I do want to speak on behalf of the landlords, and it's been said, you know, several times. But these landlords, especially the mom and pop, you know, they have a significant, if not a huge investment tied up in their rental properties. Sometimes it's one or two, sometimes it might be 4 or 5 or 6. But they're taking all of the risk and putting in all of the capital on these rentals. And you know, they're trying to protect, yes, they're trying to make a reasonable profit, which sometimes can happen, but many times it doesn't, because you know, serious damage can be done to a rental property. You ask for a damage deposit, and I know that's been addressed in Senate Bill 184 to a certain degree, but it's not very hard to do several thousands of dollars worth of damage, or just trying to keep a property up. You know, if you have a significant sewage or plumbing problem or electrical problem, the insurance premiums. You know, the rental business, if it was so easy, everybody would get into it. There are people who get into it and find out immediately after a year or two, they're in over their heads. So while I appreciate what the good senator from Westminster has tried to do, I think in the long run, which once again, it's been said, but it can't be repeated often enough, that the very people that you're trying to help are going to be hurt by this, because there indeed will be landlords who will take their properties off the market, they'll sell them, they'll say, look, if there are more stringent requirements added, I am going to do other things to safeguard my property. I'm going to ask for a higher deposit. I'm going to ask for more stringent requirements that I may be able to evict a person, et cetera, because they've got tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars tied up in their properties that they've got to protect because of the mortgages that they have. These mortgages, if the tenants aren't paying for it, it's going to fall back to the landlord. And if the property is vacant for 2 or 3 or 4 months while it's being repaired or out of service or for whatever reason, it's the landlord who's got to eat it. So while I, like I say, can appreciate what they're trying to do in Senate Bill 184, even with the amendments, I would still urge a no vote. Think of yourself that if you were trying to run a property or 2 or 3 or 4 and more requirements that are being placed on you, you would have second thoughts about being a landlord. With that in mind, I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 184.
Senator Basley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And constituents, this is one of those bills that you go, yeah, wouldn't it be great if we could bring down the cost of housing for folks? And in fact, I just met with a group of constituents from my county of Teller this morning on this very bill, this very topic. The truth is, the reality is, I'm surprised how many folks are willing to continue as landlords providing housing for their customers, their tenants, because it's so expensive to do. There's so many regulations already that make it a tough world, a tough business to have, one where they work at a disadvantage kind of constantly, but they do so certainly for their own livelihood, but providing a service that's very necessary and that they do for people who need that housing. But I'd like to bring up how the cost of housing is at least 1/4 higher than it needs to be in the first place because of government meddling. So we hear from this well all the time that we've got to do everything possible to fix whatever problem. And here's the case: we've got to do everything possible to fix the housing cost problem. And I keep repeating, because I believe it to be true, that I don't believe that we have the humility in the legislature to do everything possible to fix housing costs. A recent study by a National Association of Home Builders concludes that, quote, regulations imposed by all levels of government account for $93,870, or nearly 24% of the current average sales price of a new single-family home. So just to build that home, almost 24% is accountable to government-imposed regulations. Now further, the study illustrates how overregulated and exacerbating the nation's housing affordability crisis, and policymakers need to take bold steps to reduce or eliminate those to meet the affordable housing needs. But on top of all of that, on top of the 24%, is the cost of lumber that's gone up in 250% in the last couple of years, thanks to the supply chain mess that the nation is in right now. That alone accounts for an additional $35,872 on average to build a house. So before a landlord even sets out to rent a house that is built, there's a $94,000 cost included in that build, plus another $36,000 on top of that because of the supply chain mess, thanks to Washington, D.C. and California. So all of those costs are added to the cost that has to be covered by the rent. We would do a lot better for our tenants throughout Colorado if we would, instead of adding new regulation that will cost more and discourage people from renting homes, if we were to reduce regulation and get the cost of the house being built in the first place down at least 24% less than what it is right now. That would be doing everything possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This bill is one of many that seeks to do something about the housing affordability problem in Colorado. The challenge is what it will actually do and what it seeks to do are the exact opposites. It seeks to make housing more affordable for an individual by controlling rent and rental relationships, administrative interactions by and between tenants and landlords. But what it will do is dry up capital that would go into the building of homes. When you have a greater supply, you have a greater opportunity for the cost to come down. When you have bills like this, you choke off the supply. You have more expensive housing generally. The reality is, this is one of many bills that's moving the wrong direction, but there are ways to improve upon this bill. If it's going to advance, I hope it doesn't, but if it does, it should be improved upon in a way that actually has a less damaging effect on people's willingness to deploy capital, spend money, invest their hard-earned money to build a rental property, own a rental property, invest in a rental property. And here's why that matters. If you have scraped together some money by the sweat of your brow, it's part of your life now in your hands in the form of money, and you, since that's your life you're holding in your hands, will choose to protect it. And if you can invest it and grow it, you'll do that. But if it's easier and safer to invest it and grow it by buying U.S. Treasury bonds or bills paying 5 or 6%, and it's less risky doing that than it would be to invest in a rental property, you're not going to invest in the rental property.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L012?
Amendment L012 by Senator Lundin, amend
Senator
local
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L012 to Senate Bill 184. What this amendment does, or would offer to do, is to bring back into alignment the financial ratios that are baked into this bill. The bill says that you can't restrict the rental. Landlord has to rent if, in fact, an individual's income is 125% of annual rental cost. Then it was amended in committee to move it up to 200%. As somebody who owned a mortgage company at one point, I can tell you the traditional ratio that people are looking for in terms of the cost, the portion of your expense, the portion of your income that you are willing to and able to commit to your housing cost, traditionally, that's at 30% or less. That's what this amendment would do. It would move that ratio from 200% up to 300% of your annual income. So if your annual income's 300 times or 3 times your rental cost, you have historically a financially successful pathway to walk forward with. This bill says we're going to put people who financially probably will not succeed into the driver's seat on rental property and further dampen down the availability of properties for people to live in. Further restrict the number of rooftops that get built for the people of Colorado, and further worsen the housing affordability problem for the people of Colorado. So this amendment's a small step to help mitigate that problem in this bill. I would rather the bill not advance at all. But if it's going to advance, at least bring it in alignment with known financial relationships and ratios that we have a history of human behavior to prove out will lead to greater potential success. I urge your support of Amendment L012.
Further discussion, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment. Ideally, yeah, people should make 3 times the rent. That's best practices, is what they teach you in school. But let's talk about the reality of Colorado right now. When we're looking at wages, which are not going up, and housing, which is going up by 100% in the last decade, what's happening is the average median income compared to the average cost of an apartment is 2/3. And so you're automatically saying, oh, here's how much we're making in Colorado. Here is how much housing is in Colorado, and it simply does not match. Wages have not kept up with the price of housing. And sure, best practice 3 times, but I want to tell you a little bit about where this bill came from. This bill came from me working in a homeless shelter with primarily single moms that worked 2 or 3 minimum wage jobs. And I would go from landlord to landlord and apartment complex to apartment complex, trying to explain that they would be responsible, good community members. They had budgeting classes. They knew exactly how much their rent was and how much they had on food. They're going to pay their rent on time. But they absolutely did not make 3 times the rent. And they did not qualify anywhere. And so they were turned down and sent back to homelessness simply because of this idea that you have to make 3 times the rent to be responsible. You can make less, and we are forcing people with low wages to make less and pay higher rents. They can be responsible and pay their rent on time, and I encourage a no vote on this.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There clearly is a divide here. There's a difference of perspective. We can write policy that, as this bill will do, restricts the availability of housing and makes it more expensive. That ratio the previous speaker, the bill sponsor, was just talking about, the fact that it's so hard based on the limited income you have to be able to afford the rent, and therefore we want to run a bill that actually solves the problem for one person today, but it will prevent tens and hundreds and thousands of people from getting rent that they can afford in the future. We make that attainability of housing ratio worse by virtue of a bill like this, because fewer dwellings are going to get built. So I urge your support of Amendment 12.
Further discussion, Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 12 as well. Again, it's basic finance. It's what we've gone with for years and years, and it seems to have worked very well. 30% of your income. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L12. Seeing none, the question before us is the adopt. Division has been requested. Yes, like clockwork. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L012 to Senate Bill 184. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L12 is lost. To the bill. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 184? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to come back up here and just say one more time that, you know, as the minority leader said, this bill is going to dry up capital. I received a note from one of my constituents who she and her husband have worked really hard to have the rental properties that they have. And she's talking about not only this bill, but several of the bills that are coming up this year that have proven to be harmful. And she says, if these bills, both in the House and the Senate, go through, I will need to move my business to a more business-friendly state. These bills will only worsen the shortage of housing that we have in Colorado, hurt the people who are looking for rentals, hurt the small business owner, and have a negative impact on Colorado's economy. Colorado will lose my business taxes. Imagine the loss from a large investor. This bill is just putting unnecessary pressure on the landlords and the property managers. And right now, especially if this bill passes, it's just not going to be worth continuing to be a landlord. I'm asking for a no vote.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a property owner testify that is already working with her tenants whenever they are on hard times, working with them on different issues around rent, deposits, you name it. I asked her the question point blank. I said, if this bill passes, what happens? She says, I will have to sell my property. And she doesn't want to do that. She's already doing the work without the heavy hand of the government giving her guidelines on how to do her job. So let's let these people that own these properties, that know what they're doing, that are working with the people already, let's just let them go ahead and do their job. It's not their responsibility that some of these tenants aren't able to make their rent anymore. There are other outside forces that are doing that. I won't point exactly to the policy, but I think most of us in this chamber know which policies we're talking about. So with that, I renew my vote for a no.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to come up and express my opposition to Senate Bill 184. I'll give you a little personal story with, actually, last weekend, Easter weekend, I was talking to my daughter and son-in-law who have some rental properties, mainly because they had to diversify because when oil and gas went away, it just virtually ruined their business. And so they were diversifying and to make a living, invested in some rental properties. They don't own them outright. They're making payments like everyone else. And she was just telling me last weekend, she goes, these kind of bills, and she watched all these rental bills, she said, they're just going to put us out of business. We already have enough issues with our tenants. Some are great, some are not. But every time there's another bureaucratic governmental burden upon these, they're actually thinking about maybe trying to even get out of the rental business, and that's been spoke about before. So what we do here does have an impact, and has an impact on the people that I represent, and in this case, it actually has an impact on my loved ones. So I'm a strong no on 184.
Senator Perillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 184, and I'll tell you why. A number of reasons. We've all heard from our constituents the last couple of years about the rising homelessness that isn't just affecting the inner city, like you and I might have remembered when we were younger, but is now rampant in the suburbs. Housing prices have increased. There are many reasons why, and there are other bills going through the process this year that will help address that. But there is nothing magic about a ratio that predicts going forward if someone will or won't be able to pay the rent. You can look at credit history, you can look at current financial documents, but just because someone currently falls within the ratio you prefer now or historically proven out, doesn't mean they won't lose their job in 2 to 3 weeks after signing the lease. From my perspective, one of the key parts of this bill that still remains is the 2 months deposit. That gives enough financial security to landlord that if the rent does lapse, the process to evict will be such that the deposit should be able to cover any backed rent or damage, so on and so forth. And we need to also assume that people want to improve their credit history. They want to sacrifice to have a roof over their head. And if you do have a roommate, well, then your income goes up to 400% immediately because you can split the rent with a roommate. Members, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 184.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, since we're kind of relating some stories to the point of the good senator from Southeast Colorado, as well as a couple of other senators, I wanted to recount a specific constituent of mine. You know, a lot of people think that landlords, that they're somehow greedy and they really don't care about the tenants and they just want to, you know, charge people as much as they can. I have a very good constituent. I'll keep his name anonymous, but for the sake, I'll call him Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller called me 3 or 4 weeks ago when he heard about a lot of these rent control bills, and he said, "Look, I've got 4 or 5 properties, and I'm very fortunate that they're paid for." Because apparently he's had them for a long period of time, or they're mostly paid for. He said, I want you to know, Senator Liston, that I intentionally rent these properties out at below market rates. At below market rates, it's my way of giving back to the community. I could rent them out for probably several hundreds of dollars more a month, but I know that there are some people out there that you know, can't pay market rates, so I am more than willing to rent these out at a real discount to help these people. I don't have to do it, but I want to do it. It's my way of giving back. So, you know, I just use that as one example. There are a lot of landlords, most of the landlords, yes, they want to make a reasonable profit to pay off their mortgage and their insurance and their utilities, but at the same time, they too have been in the position of a lot of tenants that, you know, they're not trying to gouge the last $5 or $10 or $50 out. So there's most, if not many, landlords, especially the mom and pops, that are out there just to do good, do well, do decent for themselves, but also help the tenants out there. So with due respect to Mr. Miller or all the other landlords that are out there, you know, let's not penalize so many of the landlords that are trying to do right for their tenants and everybody else. Once again, I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 184.
Senator Janot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to read you one of my constituents, which I've received many emails from my constituents and from people across the state. But this one is saying, I'm 100% opposed to this bill. I'm a 70-year-old, honest, fair, and small mom and pop landlord. I have 2 rental houses that have been converted into a duplex and a fourplex. This bill directly attacks my hard-earned retirement. I urge you to vote no on this bill because, and there's several reasons. One, it forces me to be a moneylender by allowing tenants to pay their security deposit over half the lease term, and it prevents me from reasonably vetting them. It also forces me to be a bank. No bank would ever loan money without collateral or properly vetting someone's financial history. So why should I be forced to take on that extreme risk? This bill forces me at dire financial risk by only being able to see, and in this case it was changed, but at the time that the bill came out, it was the last 3 months of rental history. So it puts my property and my other tenants in jeopardy of being forced to rent to unknown, impossible to qualify people. I've learned the hard way that too many renters frighten and threaten other tenants in the building. There are excessive penalties for simple mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes, and if I do, I can be forced to pay the tenant more than $5,000. I'm not a lawyer or an accountant, but I can't afford that kind of extreme penalty. And lastly, something that I don't believe was mentioned, but it still is in the bill, and that's affirmative defense. It forces me to prove that I did not discriminate, and it makes me guilty unless I can prove my innocence. And it robs me of due process protections in the U.S. Constitution, and it is grossly unfair. Please oppose this bill. I have received many of these, and I'm asking you to say no on Senate Bill 184.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 184. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 184 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 268?
Senate Bill 268, Senator Mullica, concerning the provision of information regarding the 10-year transportation plan.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know we don't say this in the Senate, but I feel like I need to. It's an honor to serve, Mr. Chair. Well, I thought your mom's not still here, so maybe I was only going to say that if she was still here. But I'd take.
Oh, Senator Mullica, thin ice, thin ice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 268 in the Transportation Committee report.
To the Transportation and Energy Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Transportation Committee, we did offer one amendment, just made sure that the language in this bill is clear that CDOT and not necessarily a board is in charge of it. And we also made clear we didn't want to hinder CDOT from hiring some of the staff for local outreach that this bill calls for. And so that's what we did in the committee.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Transportation and Energy Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Senate Bill 268 is a bill to bring transparency within CDOT. What it really does is it focuses on that 10-year plan that CDOT has for the projects that are being done here in our state. Make sure that CDOT is able to show not only us here in this building, but those out in our local communities, on our city councils and commissions, how they're going to fund these projects that are on the 10-year plan, when those projects are going to be done. This bill also calls for CDOT to make sure they have staff for that outreach, not only for those members serving in this building, but for our local elected officials and members of our community to have that outreach as well. And it also calls for CDOT to make presentations on this 10-year plan with these projects throughout our state to the TLRC. And so I think it's a great bill that brings transparency and accountability to CDOT. It's a issue that I heard in my community. Want to thank CDOT and their stakeholders for really coming to the table for us to try to find some solutions to make sure that we increase this transparency. I think obviously there's going to be a lot of projects. There are already a lot of projects on this list, a lot of tax dollars being spent on these projects, and I think that when you're spending tax dollars, that transparency is always a good thing, and Senate Bill 268 brings more transparency to this process. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just like to rise in support in Senate Bill 268. I got to hear it in committee. I have to tell you, I love transparency when it comes to government. And this is awesome that that the good senator from Thornton came up with this. Reality, people are not trusting CDOT like they should be trusting them. And more transparency you bring to the process, the more trust you're going to bring to that government agency. So I appreciate, thank the sponsors. Thank you, the good senator from Thornton. I appreciate it, and I ask for an aye vote.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 268. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 268 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 111? Right? Yeah, we're there. 1224, it says laid over. Pardon me. Pardon me, everyone. I've got it straight now. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 254?
Senate Bill 254, Senators Fields and Gonzalez, Representatives Epson Weisman, concerning entry into a dwelling by a peace officer.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 254. There is no committee report.
Thank you, Senator Fields. To the bill. And we do have an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L006 by
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Amendment L006.
Thank you. To the amendment.
Members, during committee, we had some discussion regarding Senate Bill 254, which is to identify some restrictions regarding search warrant procedures. And based on the feedback that we heard in committee, we're offering this amendment. And what the amendment does, it changes some language on page 3, line 2, and we're inserting the term credible threat. And then we're also extending the time frame when a search can be conducted. Basically, we're saying that it has to be done during daylight time. And so with compromise and input, we've modified the time frame to be from 7 to 7. So I urge for an aye vote on Amendment L006.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe L006 is a good amendment. This is a very difficult balance to strike as to when there would be warrants executed without warning and knock, as well as how that works with the exigent circumstances doctrine. I appreciate the sponsors' hard work on this, and I would ask for an aye vote on L006.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L6. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L6 is adopted. Discussion on the bill. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing this in spirit. I do actually agree in large part with it. I'm just going to move that right there. I do have an amendment at the desk, so Mr. Chairman, I move L005.
All right, there is an amendment at the desk. Let's take just a moment to make sure everyone has access to that. Will the clerk please read L005?
Amendment L005 by Senator Van Winkle, amend printed bill
Senator
page
Van
290.
Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005.
That is proper motion to the amendment.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill does is it tries to make sure that when a no-knock search warrant is issued, that it tries to narrow the circumstances under when those no-knock warrants can be issued. And what my amendment here does is it says, notwithstanding the provisions of the subsection, a court shall never grant a no-knock search warrant to execute an extreme risk protection order, or ERPO, or TURPO, the temporary version. In my reasoning for this, and my apologies to the bill sponsors for not being able to vet it ahead of time, but my reasoning for this is because when an ERPO is issued in the state of Colorado, that the person that is a target of the ERPO doesn't know that they are. They don't have any notice or opportunity to defend themselves or even voluntarily turn in their guns or take their firearms to a safe storage unit, say at a Cabela's or something. They will be very surprised when law enforcement arrives at their home and says we need to search for this search warrant. From the perspective of law enforcement, meanwhile, think what they are going through. They are ordered to enter a home to retrieve firearms. What does law enforcement know about the home they're entering? They know, one, they are entering a home occupied someone that, one, is facing perhaps a mental break, perhaps the most stressful moment of their entire lives, and two, that that person is likely armed and that they are, law enforcement is taking the risk. So I'm hoping that in this bill today that is narrowing the scope of when no-knock raids can be used, that we also include the ERPO orders, that a no-knock raid cannot be used for those. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm appreciative that the good senator from Highlands Ranch named that he hadn't had the opportunity to have a conversation with us as sponsors about this prior to running the amendment. And I also appreciate the fact that there is an acknowledgement within his explanation of the rationale behind putting forward this amendment that these no-knock warrants are can be scary and can be intrusive, is my word, that's not his word, right, to an individual who is on the receiving end of one of these. That being said, when the search warrant is being applied for and then approved by a judicial officer, the totality of the circumstances are evaluated by a judge in any of the applications, in any of the circumstances. And so it's with respect that I ask for a no vote on this, not with deference to, I think, the situation that you're seeking to describe, but also recognizing that that is the information that a law enforcement officer would be applying for, and also that that would need to be approved by a judicial officer.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And would ask for a no vote on this. And I've heard this before directed at myself for bringing amendments up, that this is clearly unnecessary. And I would also then ask the maker of the amendment, if in the 2+ years of the extreme risk protection orders, how many of these no-knock search warrants have been performed in the state of Colorado? Thank you.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is not directed at any senator. That's frankly completely absurd. I'm trying to help make good policy here for the state of Colorado and the people of Colorado. But I do appreciate the sponsors of the bill and their rationale. To answer the question, I don't know of a circumstance where it's been used. And in fact, no-knock raids in the state of Colorado are rarely used, but it is a tool in the hands of law enforcement, and law enforcement does know that they are entering a home of someone who is facing a mental health crisis and is in likely heavily armed person. And that is a dangerous situation. So while no-knock raids are rarely used in the state of Colorado already, and this bill further limits the use of those, which is a worthy goal, and most likely is a worthy goal, I can see one of the places where law enforcement may, because they are taking so much risk entering a home of someone facing, one, a mental health break, and two, they are armed, that may be one of the times that they do want to, in the rare cases, use a no-knock raid. So again, with respect to the bill sponsors and their rationale, and also acknowledging that this is rarely used, I think we should just be extra certain to make sure that it's never used when ERPOs are issued, and a yes vote on this amendment does that. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are asking for a no vote on L005. It's not necessary. I believe that this takes discretion away from law enforcement, and then it goes into saying that the court shall never grant a no-knock search warrants. And there are times, as we say in the bill here, that it may be necessary in the course of protecting human life. And so when you say that the court would never do a no-knock, kind of doesn't acknowledge the protection of a human life where law enforcement may need to get in there quickly to preserve life. And to say that a court can never give law enforcement the opportunity to do that if they think it's necessary to protect human life, then that kind of undermines what law enforcement is there to do, and that is to serve and protect. And what this amendment will say, that the court will never render a no-knock provision. So members, through the extensive stakeholder process that we have entered, this would just turn it upside down. And it has not been vetted with all the stakeholders that I've engaged with. And to have this surprise at this time just kind of undermines all the work that has gotten us to this point today. So I'm asking for a no vote on L005.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I was kind of interested when I saw this amendment. So first of all, the bill is concerned with the dangers of no-knock searches. And to be very candid, I have pushed back a lot on a lot of the underlying premises of the bill because there is value in the ability to enter without knocking, primarily in exigent circumstances. And the problem really has been that exigent circumstances entries are, by definition, almost by definition, warrantless. They happen when an officer is standing at a door and hears a scream on the other side of the door, or hears something on the other side of the door that would indicate that evidence is being destroyed, other kinds of things that require immediate entry. So when I looked at this amendment, it caused me to scratch my head a little bit and go and look at the extreme risk protection order statute. And the extreme risk protection order bill for this year, which repeals and reenacts the so-called ERPO provisions, there's a reason for that, and it has to do with the House obstreperousness about reading bills at length. But what you find in the ERPO bill is that if law enforcement is applying for the protection order they are to execute an affidavit consistent with or pursuant to 16.3.3015. 16.3 is arrests, searches, and seizures. 16.3.3015 is actually a specific provision for a search warrant for firearms possessed by a respondent in an extreme risk protection order. That's kind of interesting. It's interesting because extreme risk protection orders aren't issued on probable cause, and if you were taking notes at the time that I was challenging that bill, you will know and recall that I have serious concerns about whether the ERPO bill complies with the Fourth Amendment. And what we've done in our statute pursuant to ERPO, and this is to the amendment because it talks about the circumstances of no-knock with respect to ERPO. 16.3.3015 says, any court may issue a search warrant to search for and take custody of any firearm in the possession of a named respondent in an extreme risk protection order or temporary extreme risk protection order filed pursuant to Article 14.5 of Title 13 if the application for the warrant complies with all required provisions of 16.3.303 and also provides facts sufficient to establish, and that does have a probable cause requirement there. So that saves the ERPO search. What L005 does is amend the bill and essentially amend 16.3.303, which was just referenced, and application for search warrants. And so it says, notwithstanding the provisions of this subsection 4, a court shall never grant a no-knock search warrant to execute an extreme risk protection order or a temporary extreme risk protection order. You know, the opposition to this amendment, I must say, is surprising because the purpose of the bill was to ensure that we don't have no-knock warrants at times and in ways and at places that would cause more damage. And it does seem to me that a law enforcement officer going to execute a warrant pursuant to an ERPO by not knocking is perhaps causing someone on the other side of the door to think that he or she is under threat. And you read of these cases from time to time. I seem to have read of one the other day where the law enforcement officers had the wrong house and busted through somebody's door and someone was killed who was not even the right address. There wasn't probable cause for that address. You read about those cases. So L005 being offered by the good senator from Highlands Ranch strikes me as a prudent approach, consistent with what many who oppose no-knock warrants or no-knock entries ought to support. I would, in light of all that, and I appreciate you listening to me think through this problem and issue and looking at both the search warrant bill and the ERPO bill that are invoked here, there is, and we have said, and this is a consistent position of those of us who oppose the ERPO bill, there is a great deal of danger of going and busting through the door of someone to take his or her firearms when they may feel that they're under threat. And by not saying, Colorado Springs Police, please open the door. Colorado Springs Police, we're here to execute a warrant. I think it leads to shots fired. So the way to avoid that is to vote yes on L005. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and L5 is lost. Further discussion on Senate Bill 254. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to highlight what this bill does. It's really kind of simple, common sense legislation as it relates to search warrants. Number one, we're asking law enforcement to have on a uniform. We're saying if you're going to knock on someone's door that you should be in uniform. You should have your badge on. That's one of the criteria. The other thing we're saying is that you have to have on your body camera, which means it has to be on and it has to be activated. In uniform, wear your body camera and make sure that it's activated. Next thing that this bill does is we're trying to say that you can't startle people in the middle of the night. We're saying if you're going to do a search warrant, that you have to do it between 7 in the morning and 7 at night. Now, if law enforcement want to deviate from that, all they have to do is talk to a judge, and the judge will grant you a waiver. And the last thing is that when you do knock, that you have to give someone a reasonable amount of time to get to the door. That's it. This is not extreme. And it still gives law enforcement the flexibility to do something if they need to do something different, if it's urgent, terrorism, whatever it is, hostage situation, then they can ask for a different type of scenario that'll let them bypass these simple procedures. Wear a uniform, have on your badge, have your camera on, do it between 7 and 7, and give someone a reasonable amount of time so that you're not shocking them and waking them up in the middle of the night, risking the person that's behind the door and putting that law enforcement officer in jeopardy as well. So members, we urge that you pass Senate Bill 254.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take a moment to extend my gratitude to my co-prime sponsor, the good senator from Aurora, for her tireless and focused and persistent work on this effort over the course of multiple years. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 254, the question before us is the adoption of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and Senate Bill 254 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 273.
You have heard the motion, colleagues. The motion is to proceed out of order and and bring Senate Bill 273 to the floor. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and we will change the order of the calendar. If the clerk will please read the title for Senate Bill 273.
Senate Bill 273, Senators Marchman and Pelton B., Representative Bazenaker, considering the inclusion of agricultural land in urban renewal areas.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee report.
Can you also move the bill?
And SB 273.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had one minor amendment in the Ag Committee to align the language to the previous legislation in the applicability clause.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Ag and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2010, legislators wrote a bipartisan bill to curb the abuse of putting ag land into URAs. Larimer County Commissioner Kafalis was a co-sponsor on that bill in the House, and then Senator Kevin Lundberg, who held my seat, also co-sponsored the bill. It was a bipartisan bill like the one we're working on this session. At the time, the bill's sponsors added local consent to ag land being brought into a new URA with 3 narrow exceptions. The 3 narrow exceptions are brownfield, urban blight, and enclave. The main goal was to require approval of all taxing authorities consenting to the ag land being in a URA. At the time, the sponsors added a 5th subsection E clause to grandfather in any existing URAs that were in place at the time of the bill passing in 2010. The intention was to allow new URAs on ag land under one of the 4 circumstances and hold harmless existing URAs with ag land through the end of their TIF clocks, which would all end by 2035 at the latest. Subsection E was not intended to create new TIFs from the grandfathered ag land without going through the other 4 exceptions in perpetuity. The bill sponsors also had the foresight to add one other option by which ag land could be used in URAs. If the ag land is contiguous with an urban renewal area, the person who owns the ag land is also the owner of the urban renewal area, and both the ag land and the URA are developed solely for the purpose of creating primary manufacturing jobs. Ag land's often close to rail lines, so that option makes sense. For the past 13 years, URAs have been developed in rural and urban areas using ag land with these 4 exceptions. This is a tool that is being used well across the state. Municipalities are successfully using one of the other 4 methods to approve their URAs. The counties, districts, etc., agreed to the inclusion of the ag land in the URA. In the Ag Committee, we heard from former state legislators, bill sponsors, and co-sponsors who clarified the intent of their bill. County commissioners and treasurers, school board members, and citizens in support of this bill for the sake of local consent to URAs in ag land. We also heard from the development community that they were being unfairly hindered because the local taxing authorities don't all agree and they need a way around them. Enter subsection E. We heard from the original co-prime sponsors, Randy Fisher and Morgan Carroll, in support of this clarification. We heard from original co-sponsors, including 2 former state senators who held my seat on this side of the aisle, Kevin Lundberg and Steve Johnson. We heard from original co-sponsor and current Larimer County Commissioner John Kafalis. All agreed subsection E was not meant to be a way by which new URAs on ag land could be developed in perpetuity, starting the 25-year TIF clock over each time without consent or local taxing authorities. This bill is not retroactive. The applicability clause in Section 2 states that this act shall apply to urban renewal plans approved on or after the effective date of this act. It does not apply to any URA that was approved before the governor signs the bill. It intentionally mirrors the language in the original legislation, and we were very intentional about not including modification of existing URAs in this bill, only focusing on new URAs. Does this bill get in the way of ongoing plans by developers? It may, but that's exactly why we're running the bill now, to close this loophole that's never been used before, to take a grandfathered URA with ag land, parcel it out, and create multiple new URAs on ag land without meeting any of the criteria outlined in the original legislation. This would be precedent when for 13 years, communities and developers have successfully developed URAs on ag land through consenting local authorities. We actually had the developer who wants to use subsection E testify in our committee, and they announced their plans 3 months ago. They described an amazing development with affordable housing, retail, a children's museum, and a primary employer. The development sounds fantastic. The problem they're dealing with is the local county does not consent to the inclusion of the ag land in the URA. But I want to be clear. The question before this body is not about whether a particular development is great or not, but whether they should have to follow the law as it was intended. The question is not whether TIFs are good or bad, but whether entering into an IGA TIF can be circumvented when all taxing authorities don't agree. The reason this is moving quickly is to avoid a precedent before districts across the state suffer from lost tax revenue without authorizing it. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this bill was to close the loophole that was stemming from the 2010 law, and it was designed to limit the use of ag land in the URA projects, and that was the purpose of this bill. So moving forward, it was to close this loophole so people could not take advantage of what was going on. I want to make sure to show that in the original bill that it says all taxing authorities levying a tax on such land agree in writing that such land was included within the URA prior to 2010. And I just want to make sure that we point that out, that the other taxing authorities need to agree. So we're trying to close the loophole, trying to prevent the ag land from being abused and that sort of thing, but that's what this bill, that's what we're trying to intend to do.
Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 273. Its stated intention in the presentation you just heard lines up fairly well with what it could be, but for one word or two words difference that were changed in committee. As it is now, as it sits here as amended out of committee, it's a law specifically designed in a punitive way to shut down a local development. Now, that may not be the intention, that may not be the motivation, but that is the effect. When you read the introduced bill, page 2, section 2, referred to in the presentation as the piece that keeps it from being retroactive, the language of the bill as presented is applicability. This act applies to urban renewal plans submitted on or after the effective date of this act. Amended in committee, it now has the effect of saying this act applies to urban renewal plans approved on, completed by the effective date of this act. The reality is, as amended, this scoops up a project that is already underway and stops it dead in its tracks. Well, here I am once again saying I came into this session in lockstep agreement with members on my side of the aisle, members on the other side of the aisle that said affordability and housing is our #1 job. This bill is an anti-affordability and housing bill as drafted, as presented at this point. That is a challenge. It gets at the policy piece of making housing less affordable, specifically in this area, to shut down one specific, in a punitive way, I would argue, one specific project. So that's one objection. Another argument against this is this retroactivity, this nature of reaching back. How would you like it if somebody knocked on your door and said, we are here to arrest you for a crime you committed when it wasn't a crime, but we recently made it a crime and therefore you are under arrest? Well, that's not acceptable. This is a civil matter, not a criminal matter before us in Senate Bill 273, but to say, we're here to tell you the project you have underway that was developed and presented and projected and moved forward, and in the process, based on the prior law, well, we changed the law and you can no longer stay on the path you're on. We're shutting you down retroactively. That's an unacceptable principle. Now, my understanding there's an amendment that may or may not get offered. I may have one drafted myself to eliminate this retroactivity, because if we're going to do anything in this bill, anything in this session, we must stand for the principle. You can't be guilty of something that wasn't a crime. You can't be held accountable to a law that wasn't a law after the fact, retroactively. Not an acceptable principle. So I stand in opposition, and if we don't have an amendment to be offered, I will get an amendment drafted to offer to eliminate this retroactivity. And I guess I could approach that a number of ways. I don't know if the amendments desk is paying attention or not, but we could put the bill back the way it was. That would be one way of doing it. We could probably craft some specific language that deals and interacts with Section 2 in a way that cleans that up. There are, I think, I can conceptualize a number of ways of getting at that. But I would be interested in hearing whether there might be an amendment or the perspective of the sponsor on what to me is a conclusive prima facie case of creating a law that is now reaching back and trying to rejigger what reality was in a retroactive way. I urge your opposition to Senate Bill 273 and look forward to further conversation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We feel that the amendments that were offered in committee suffice for what we're trying to do here in closing the loophole at this time. And again, this is not retroactive. No developments have to be completed. The agreements have to be completed upon the governor's signature. I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Further discussion. Mr. Minority Leader.
Well, I'll tell you what, feelings are wonderful. But feelings are not law, feelings are not reality, they are feelings. The reality is that the law, the policy before us is retroactive, whether we want it to be that way, whether we want to feel that way or not. 273 as it is currently is bad public policy. It's bad for Colorado. It's designed to derail one specific real estate development project in Loveland. The bill will have the effect of stifling new housing and economic development in communities statewide, and it sets a dangerous precedent of fighting local projects at the state level. The bill's counterproductive to efforts to enable much-needed housing and other development in Colorado and will stifle economic development, urban and suburban areas. But more challenging is this. It creates this concept, this construct, where an elected official can retroactively punish, stop, redirect something that is a matter of settled policy and settled law. This is a precedent that will harm local communities. And quite frankly, I think it undercuts the authority of all local elected officials, undercuts our authority as well. If a local elected official takes issue with including a specific project in a URA or an urban renewal authority, they should vote against it at the local level. It's not appropriate to create new legislation to thwart a specific project at the local level. If passed, this change will embolden local leaders to stop local projects by amending state statute and get you lobbied up to change the law instead of just make the policy decision, make the hard local political vote, say to a developer, yeah, thanks for all the campaign contributions, but no, I'm not going to vote for your project. That's the way you have to deal with it instead of backhanding it through a law at the state level. There is a strong undercurrent of the anti-growth interests in this bill as it currently sits. If statewide legislative action can be used to derail a single project in one community, it can happen in any community. You will get the influence, the effect of NIMBY from across the state. County in one corner, or a politician from one corner of the state can shut down a project in another corner of the state. And then we're going to get into this in a much bigger way. State government should not be meddling in local land planning and land use decisions. Now, I'm not big on making the process foul claim, but this clearly has a process foul. Bill's moving too fast at this point, and I guess we're slowing it down now. We'll just spend the time working through this. Eliminating one of the 5 exceptions, subsection E, without a complete analysis of how it might impact communities across the state is a classic throwing the baby out with the bathwater effort. Many rural and semi-rural communities have large urban renewal plan areas with agricultural land included that may need to be amended in the future to more precisely tailor the plan to market conditions. We've got examples of this. Pay attention now, all you other local jurisdictions. Loveland's under fire today. Erie, you've got a risk. Dacono, Firestone, Frederick, and that's just 4 on the Front Range that could have targets on their back should this bill proceed forward as it is. Making such a deliberate yet hurried change so late in the session impacts most of the 65 municipalities who use urban renewal authorities just to accommodate a minority that's opposed to a single project, and that's unfair and harmful to those who will never have a chance to comment. I'm going to see if I can't get at some language that might help clean up this situation, and we'll be back to chat with you more about this bill as we move forward.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I read through this legislation. I'm supportive of the legislation, but I was unaware until just as I was listening to the debate here that there was an amendment that was passed in committee that changed the wording in section 2 on page 2 around the applicability. I understand the reasoning behind the impetus for this language, and I agree with it. However, when we change the words from plans submitted on or after the approved date of this act versus the effective date, the submitting of those plans in whether they are approved or when they've been submitted makes a difference now. Up until that point, I felt that it was perfectly appropriate that we make these changes because I don't believe that this is what urban renewal is meant for. But now, unfortunately, I think we may be unintentionally scooping up some other projects unintentionally because now we're in this situation of whether they were submitted or whether they were approved and whether or not they would be grandfathered in or not. I'm curious if this is a deal breaker because I agree with the intent of the language of the legislation and was fully prepared to support it, except that now I worry about unintended consequences of other projects that could be in the midst of being submitted but have not yet been approved, in which they might get scooped up into. And I don't have any evidence, I don't have any project examples to put forward, but I do have some hesitation now in that with this timing issue based on that amendment that I was unaware of. So I'm wondering if the sponsors have some feedback on that section for me.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to thank the good senator from Arvada, correct, Arvada, to coming up here and talking about that because that's the same way that I feel. I got on this bill because I wanted to make sure that local governments were protected, that local governments and school districts also had to make sure that they knew how much money was going to be taken out of their budgets and that they were very well aware of what was going on. And I also did it to protect ag land being used in ways that it was not supposed to because of the legislation. Do I agree that the last amendment that we voted on in the committee is detrimental to the bill? Yes, I do agree, and I even voted for it, and now looking at the bill and talking with my colleague, I probably made a mistake, and that sort of thing, so yes, me made a mistake. So I appreciate the minority leader and the good senator from Arvada coming up here. I am working on an amendment to fix this. However, it's not I don't think it's completely right yet. And unfortunately, I'm not going to run it today, but there is an amendment to fix it, I think. But I need to make sure the stakeholder that I don't make the same mistake twice. So I do appreciate everybody coming up here and talking about this, because I am very concerned about what it could possibly do to other URAs across the state. But anyway, thank you very much.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sat on the committee that heard this bill also, and I was in favor of the bill until the amendment came. And the amendment is targeted at one project. You know, I find it troubling when this building is getting in the way of other communities' projects. With that amendment that got put on this bill, it brought me to oppose the bill. I think it would be a good bill again, and one that I could support if we reverted the language back to what it was originally. We got plans and things that are in progress that I just hate to stifle. Let the local governments do what they do, and let's keep this building out of the process. So I would really appreciate an amendment coming that would change that language back. So thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not in the Ag Committee the day the bill was heard, but it gives me pause, and I hope to understand more about this. You know, urban renewal areas are an interesting thing in that they are supposed to be for what the name suggests, urban renewal. And one of the things that they're supposed to have as a requirement is that the area which is taken for urban renewal has to be blighted. Now, you might say, well, what's the big deal? You're going to use this authority to create this development area, and it's good and do development, but urban renewal authorities have the authority to use the power of eminent domain. And that's a pretty strong tool. That's taking your property from you, and they pay you for it, but there's always fights about how much is my property worth and so forth. This bill specifies that agricultural land that was added to an urban renewal area prior to June 1, 2010 can only be part of the same URA that originally included it prior to that date. I guess far be it for me to ask why it was that we ever allowed ag land to be called blighted. And allowed ag land to be taken by the power of eminent domain. I mean, if an ag land owner wishes to sell his or her land, that's perfectly fine to have it developed, and it happens all over the state, and again, that's perfectly fine. But creating an authority that could allow the state, through a political subdivision known as an urban renewal authority, to take that land has always been troubling to me. And so when I look at the bill is that much more troubling to me. And I am struggling with whether I should be an aye on this. I think the views between North and South Peltonia are even split on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. T.S. Eliot. This is a conversation about time. What was, what is, what may be. Time present, says the poet, and time past are both perhaps present in time future, and time future contained in time past. If all time is eternally present, all time is unredeemable. What might have been is an abstraction, remaining a perpetual possibility, only in a world of speculation. What might have been and what has been point to one end, which is always present. Footfalls echo in the memory down the passage which we did not take, towards the door we never opened, into the rose garden. Beautiful poetry, challenging our concept of what time is, then, now, future. But laws are not poetry. They have specific meaning. They have specific impact. They have specific outcomes. If you pull open the printed or the introduced bill, which is the only thing in the digital format, there may be a pre-amend in your paper file. I don't know. I don't have one because I'm on the digital process here. You will see the bill as it was introduced, and you will see a committee report that made two simple changes, both of which dealing with time, moving time present into time past, as if it were time future. I would put the bill back to the way it was to achieve the intentions that I think were bipartisan, probably bicameral in its original intention and effort, but has become something different based on two simple changes in the bill that make it change in time.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L005?
Amendment L005 by Senator Lundin, amend the Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your voice changed. Had to turn around and see you.
I've grown up a little since the start of this bill.
Amendment L005 is a simple amendment in form and effect. It strikes the committee report. It basically says, I mean, we have this beautiful thing here in the Senate where there are no settled matters. I served in the House long enough to know, boy, you had to get things in the right order or things were messed up at the end of the day and you didn't get the result you wanted, or the bill would die. In the Senate, there's no settled matters. We can always fix it. And so this is an effort to fix it. The committee report that was just adopted a short while ago would be removed. What is the effect of this? The effect of this is to strike Amendment L001, which was put on in committee. Amendment L001 in committee in this two-page bill, on page 2, line 8, changes was to is. You think that might matter?
Senator Lundin?
Yes, did I not?
At my
move
age, I forgot to see if you moved the amendment.
Well, I tell you what, time present, time future, time past are all the same. So nunc pro tunc, I herewith move Amendment L005. And I will continue on with the elucidation of said amendment. Thank you. So the amendment adopted in committee, Amendment L001, which somebody moved at that point, or maybe they didn't, if we don't know anymore because this bill is violating the principles of time. Changes, the sentence read, the agriculture land was included in an existing urban renewal plan that was originally approved, and goes on. The amendment changes that to say the agriculture land is included. Was included, is included, significant difference in time. And then it goes on also to scoop up, and this is the part that most offends me in this amendment that happened, to scoop up a plan that was submitted as written in the original bill but not fully approved. And it changes the word submitted to approved, thereby undoing the agreement that had already been struck, the project that was already underway, the homes that would have already been built, the affordable housing that was part of the project. It strikes it all, takes it all out with one change of one word, from submitted to approved. So this amendment, L005, puts it back the way it was. And I think probably brings the bill back to the intention that it was understood to carry, the purpose and the law that it would have been understood to create as it was agreed upon, headed into the committee by both sponsors. I urge your support of Amendment L005.
Is anybody going to say anything about the amendment? Senator Marchman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge no vote on this. We were very intentional in committee about making sure that we had the word approved, so to mirror what was in the original legislation. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
The motion is is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senator Pelton 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like this amendment, so I'm going to ask for an aye vote. So thank you.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the bill sponsor coming down and saying, I support the amendment. Thank you for the record.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L004?
Amendment L004 by Senator
Senator
Lundin.
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think it's ironic that we're going backwards in time in our amendments. We did Amendment 5 first, now we're doing Amendment 4. Ironic, I'm up here in my time continuum discussion all by myself. This amendment simply would add another section at the bottom of the bill that says each public body that levies an ad valorem property tax, actually it doesn't go at the bottom, it goes on page 2 after line 7, so it's higher up in the bill than I was representing a moment ago. Each public body that levies an ad valorem property tax on agricultural land, this is kind of what this is about, and I think to the goodest, bestest, most loquacious senator from El Paso County's earlier comments, I think we have some really interesting potential policy conversations around the urban renewal authorities, or should they be used in green space? Should they be used only in the urban core? Where should those be? How does this intersect and interact with agricultural land? I think there's some really meaningful policy conversations to have there, and I think that's where this bill wanted to go when it started out. Now it's become a conversation about retroactively punishing people for doing things that they've done in compliance with the laws and rules that were in place when they took the effort to be in compliance with the laws and rules. But anyway, this amendment would add, with regard to agricultural land, the revenues from which will be allocated pursuant to an urban renewal plan agrees in writing to the inclusion of the agricultural land within the urban renewal area, or. So this picks up that question that I think the senator from North Peltonia was trying to get at, and the actual engagement on what's the appropriate use of land, how do we do this going forward, as opposed to punishing somebody already underway for whatever reasons, but the effect is punishment of someone who's invested in moving forward in trying to create housing, in actually investing in creating low-income housing. I just would urge your support of Amendment L004. Vote for affordable housing if for nothing else.
Can you move the amendment, please?
Dadgummit, I'm having a hard time today actually getting my process right. Well, Senator, Mr. Chair, it's the T.S. Eliot poem. It got me in this continuum where we're acknowledging that time past, is resident in time present, and it's all captured in time future, and now I can't seem to actually move amendments at the right moment. Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L004.
That is a proper motion. Further discussion on L4. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being a farm ag land owner, I appreciate this motion. My ag land will probably never ever be under threat of being in a URA, though, being in southern Peltonia. But, I do appreciate this amendment. I think it gets kind of at the heart of maybe the intention of the original writing of the bill. So with that, I appreciate the minority leader bringing this amendment, and I ask for support for this amendment.
Has anyone been to the suburbs of Cheyenne Wells, is my question. Senator Marshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to L004. I want to share a story. In our stakeholding process, we've been working together with counties, with ag, with the developers. We've had a lot of conversations. And in those conversations, we have both come up with 2 amendments that we can live with. This is the one that the good senator from Peltonia brought. I've got one as well that I haven't offered. The reason we haven't offered these is because our proponents are not in favor. The people who want us to pass this are not in favor of this. There needs to be a bit more stakeholding work done before we go there. So I would urge a no vote on L004.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L4. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and L4 is lost. Back to the main bill. Further discussion. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L000. I'm just trying to get ahead of the curve on the next amendment. I rise in opposition to 273 as it sits before you now. If it had stayed the clean bill that it was as presented in committee, I probably would have said I'm all in. Makes sense, it's a good idea. This is a complicated conversation around agricultural land as it intersects with urban renewal authorities. Is it appropriate to claim and cut open a green field and say that's urban renewal? I don't know, that's a really good question to have, and the bill addressed that. Now it violates a principle of retroactivity, and I urge your vote against this bill, 273, in protection of the principle of not being incriminated for something that was not a crime when you did it some time ago. Think about it again. Well, we're taking it to the land of crime instead of civil action to make it more stark. It's hyperbole, I acknowledge. We're here to arrest you for something you did that was not a crime years ago, but we've made it a crime today. That's my closing argument. I urge your opposition to 273 as amended.
Senator Pell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this has been tough for me, and I really appreciate the good senator from Loveland working with me and moving forward. We have to be very cognizant of the fact there are people using these loopholes that need to be closed. But I'm very cognizant of the fact that there has already probably been investments made on some of these properties moving forward, and they knew that they found the loophole, but the loopholes need to be closed and we need to shut them down. So I'm worried about other projects in the state that we could be affecting, and I appreciate the good senator from Loveland to allow me to take my name probably off the bill. So I appreciate it, and thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to say it has been wonderful working with the good senator from Peltonia. But I just want to say, too, we could be talking today about whether the definition of blight has been abused to create urban renewal projects, but that's not what this bill is about. We could be talking today about whether ag land in particular should be included in urban renewal areas, but that's not what this bill is about. That conversation already happened at length 13 years ago. We could be talking about whether urban renewal projects deliver the results they promise, not just for the municipality, but for the county school district and other districts. But that's not what this is about. This bill is about closing a loophole from a 2010 piece of legislation which opened the door to including ag lands in urban renewal projects forever. In committee, we heard from the bipartisan sponsors of the bill that their intent was never to allow this. It was to grandfather in URAs that were in place prior to the bill. This bill is about ensuring the intent of the 2010 bill is realized, that ag lands are only included in limited instances, including when infected districts give their consent. I urge an aye vote on 273.
Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 273, the question before us is the adoption of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 273 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 111?
Senate Bill 111, Senator Rodriguez, Representative Woodrow, concerning public employees' workplace protection.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 11 and the local government and the appropriations report.
Thank you. To the local government committee report, please.
In the local government, we put an amendment to clarify that we were not, this bill is not collective bargaining, that it is not a convert with any wins agreements, and that it had some exclusions for nonpartisan workers.
All right, further discussion on the committee report. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a technical question here. I think I heard I moved Senate Bill 11 instead of 111. So I move that we PI this bill right now.
Senator Rodriguez.
As the previous person from Peltonia had made a mistake, I guess I will err on the same side that it does happen everywhere, and I move Senate Bill 111.
All right. Thank you for that correction to make sure we got that number on the record. We are still on the local government committee report. Further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the appropriations committee report. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Originally with the appropriations, the money was coming out of the unemployment support fund, was possibly not a good fund to take it out of. So we did an amendment that took it out of that fund and put it into the general fund, and we also amended the shall to may investigate under the CDLE that reduced the fiscal note by 50% and changes the general fund.
All right. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I just wanted to thank the good senator from Denver for making the amendment that he did in the Appropriations Committee. We very much appreciate the fact that he redid the funding mechanism for the bill so that it was no longer coming from the Employment Support Fund, and I just wanted to say thank you for making that change.
Question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Rodriguez. And there is an amendment at the desk.
Oh, yep, there is an amendment at the desk.
If the clerk would please read L009.
Amendment L009.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L009.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L009 was through some of the stakeholder processes that we had after the first hearing. There was some discussions about some of the wording we put in for WINS clarification, that it was not in there, and reaffirmed that there was no collective bargaining under this bill and under this work. Under our discussions with the charter schools and when we had meetings with K-12, they had some concerns about the Department of Higher Ed having authority on waivers, that they would give unintended consequences. They should have no authority over the charter schools. So we took that, it takes that part out of it, and it also reaffirms that there can be no waivers out of this program, out of this coverage.
Further discussion on L9. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L9. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L9 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L12?
Amendment L012 by
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L012.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment gives rulemaking authority under the enforcement of these protections under the Department of Labor, and it gives them rulemaking authority to come up with some arbitration and some binding arbitration and mediation agreements instead of pursuing anything else. So this just gives them some rulemaking authority to, instead of doing any charges. Word it all
Any
off.
further discussion on L12? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and L12 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, colleagues, for your patience on the amendments and my regurgitation of bad words explaining the amendment. So, as many of you may know, some of you may not, and some of you may work in the public sector, but in the private sector, employees are allowed to have issues with their work, and they have the freedom of speech and the right to go complain and complain and tell people about workplace problems without any fear of retaliations or being threatened and for. All this bill is doing is giving those same protections to people in the public sector. They cannot be threatened, retaliated against, lose their job. The most simple story I have for this was when we were discussing, when the bill came through here for single-payer option here in the Senate, a doctor that worked at the University Hospital, which is a public hospital, came and testified in support of the bill, and that employee was dismissed. We had a story of a firefighter who was dismissed and is now having to fulfill a First Amendment claim in the federal courts, which is costly for him, lengthy, and has to be provided in defense by the municipalities and such. All this does is the same thing you have in the private sector, is that they can go to the Department of Labor and they can have a dispute resolution. There can be a warning, there can be a discussion, and it's prompter, faster, and cheaper for both sides. And that's all this bill's doing, is that you can't retaliate against public employees. It's aligning them. As many times as I hear bills that we all like, and sometimes from my colleagues across the aisle say, I love this policy, I wish we'd apply it to government, this is that bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, being from local government, former county commissioner, I would like to read parts of the letter that was brought to me by CCI, CML, and Special Districts Association. Senate Bill 23-111 is being touted as a simple bill that protects public sector employees from retaliation for exercising their basic First Amendment rights. While Colorado local government organizations agree that employees should work free from fear of unlawful retaliation, this bill goes drastically farther than simply protecting public employees. Colorado's local governments depend on their staff to deliver a broad array of services to the community, from public safety to sanitation to public education. Local governments have a great respect for the dignity and well-being of their employees, and can and will protect the First Amendment rights of their employees while meeting the needs of the public at large. One of the things I have to say after reading this first part is that as a former county commissioner, we did a lot for our employees. I think that we made sure that our employees were well taken care of with both their benefits and their pay, and we wanted to make sure that they had First Amendment rights at the courthouse and anywhere else they worked, and also we also protected their Second Amendment rights as well, to make sure that they were able to protect themselves at work if they needed to. Here's number one, why CCI, CML, and SDA request a no vote on 111. Number one, there is no specific evidence of pervasive improper public employee retaliation that cannot be handled under existing employee protections as been demonstrated to justify the need for the elements of this bill. Number two, it seeks to politicize personal and management issues that are best handled by existing laws and administrative regulations. For example, this bill could permit an employee facing discipline to ask an elected official to intervene in the discipline or to disband an oversight board. Similarly, this bill could allow an employee organization to run negotiations during collective bargaining by going directly to the governing body. Political influence and coercion is government employment matters, undermines principles of good government, and the very structures that ensure freedom from interference by government bodies, by governing bodies. Number 3, local governments as employers have legitimate and compelling interests rooted in the need to provide effective and efficient public services and to be responsible stewards of public funds. This bill contains 0 guardrails excuse me, to constrain rogue individuals or organizations from disclosing protected or confidential government information, from making discriminatory or otherwise inappropriate statements that undermine the government's effectiveness, from distribution or from discipline and oversight processes, or from violating the rights of other employees and private persons. The bill is unjustifiably broad and creates tremendous ambiguity. Language throughout this bill makes passing references to concepts from federal law. However, the high-level conceptual incorporation fundamentally changes long-standing legal frameworks that will only cause disruption to governmental services, create litigation, and burden the courts. This bill is rife with unintended consequences that could have severe consequences for local governments, their employees, and officials, and the public at large. If federal funds are involved, this bill conflicts with federal requirements related to public employees engaging in political activity. The last one I'm going to read is number 5. Government employees are already entitled to substantial protections under the federal and state constitutions and laws. This bill does nothing to meaningfully enhance those protections and confuses the rights of both employees and employers as to these laws. The local governments are very, very concerned about this bill. I appreciate the bill sponsor for bringing this. In fact, I was one of the ones that says I love the First Amendment parts of this bill, because I do. But I will tell you that the commissioners and city councilmen and special districts are very concerned about this bill, and I urge a no vote.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Peltonia, or southeast Colorado. Northeast. I'm sorry. Again, that's twice. Want to do a little bit of responses to some of that, because this is a lot of stuff we heard. One of the interesting things I heard in there was not disclosing government information, which is technically legal, and I also believe with our government and transparency that we need to have in government, that we passed a bill out of here 35-0, I believe, about banning non-disclosure agreements in government for transparency, and I don't know if that's a good thing for public government to have. Following the chain of command, what if the person that they want to have an issue with is the person that is above them, and they can't go and say there's problems in the workplace? We just came through COVID where people couldn't talk about safety issues and things at the workplace because they're threatened of retaliation. Existing administrative regulations are silencing the voice of public workers, and this is arguing that workers should not be able to talk to their elected officials about their working conditions. The chain of command could include a manager. That is the problem. Illegal activity does not discriminate disclosing confidential information, making discriminatory statements, or other bad behavior. This bill is about protecting concerted activity, not illegal activity. The point of the bill is the employer doesn't get to decide what is protected. The bill is not overly broad. The bill is to provide public employees with an opportunity that complaints outside of the federal court, which is their only recourse right now, that this will be less expensive for both employees and employers. This point also references Hatch Act, which only applies to federal employees, which we argue is bad public policy, but it prevents federal workers from engaging in political activities on their own time. Government does not already entitle to substantial protections under the federal state laws. This is a more efficient and effective way. Instead of going to federal court with a costly lawsuit that we got to tie up in court, instead, this is a quick, prompt response, faster and adjudicated through the Department of Labor. This is a process that's already being done in the private sector. It's been built up with some of the bills we have last year. This bill does not change anything on right to strike. It does not include any collective bargaining. This is just protecting workers in their workplace to be able to talk about problems that they're having at work without being threatened of being fired or retaliated or demeaned.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I really struggle with this bill because I see the merits. I really do. But as many of you know, I also struggle with when things sort of address areas that I perceive to be out of their lane. If we are talking about state employees who work in our universities, for example, I could get on board. But Colorado has a really long-standing constitutional provision regarding home rule and local control. And the creation, and this is from our Constitution, quote, "The creation and terms of municipal officers, agencies, and employments, the definition, regulation, and alteration of the powers, duties, qualifications, and terms or tenure of all municipal officers, agents, and employees," end quote, are expressly covered in the Constitution as being under the purview of that municipality. As one example. And municipalities elect their officials in a nonpartisan capacity. We like to say that there is no Republican or Democrat pothole. Now, the decisions to be made by municipal employees, such as licensing, planning, development, police work, should not be biased in any way, and citizens of a municipality should be able to trust that those decision-making powers are not, people who are exerting that decision-making power are not outspoken in ways that may be against whatever the individuals are attempting to have approved. That's a philosophy that I believe everyone can get on board with and agree with. Recently, there were 2 police officers in Boston who were fired from their jobs for participating in anti-vax protests and the January 6th incident. Now, free speech and political involvement swings both ways. Municipalities should be able to ensure their citizens are comfortable in their potential interactions with law enforcement, whether it be because of health and safety or a bias of some sort. Further, there are multiple Supreme Court cases indicating why public employees have limited rights with respect to speech, and it's for the exact reasons that I just discussed in my earlier comments. Now, employees in public employment have speech rights. They do. But they are purposefully limited due to the nature of their employment.
And there's an amendment at the desk. What number? Will the clerk please read Amendment L010?
Amendment L010.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this amendment does is it amends the printed bill on page 3. So if you go to page 3, and it strikes very specifically lines 22 through 26, and then it just renumbers the succeeding subsections accordingly, based on the striking of those lines. So if you go to, oh, thank you so much. If you go to the printed bill, and if you take a look at page 3 and what it is that we are striking, and now I only have the introduced version here, unfortunately. So what it is striking.
Senator Zenzinger, I just wanted to double check. Did you make the motion for the amendment?
Yeah.
You did, okay, thank you. We just wanted to remove all doubt. Back to the amendment, thank you.
I'll move it again, just to be sure. Is the chair in doubt? So if you go to page 3 and strike lines 22 through 26, what that effectively does is it says that the bill moves forward with the provisions as it is outlined concerning public employees and workplace protections, which I believe are important, except for those local governments that I spoke about that I believe have been swept into this bill, and I'm asking for a yes vote in order for those local governments to not be included in the provision of this bill as a matter of statewide concern.
Further discussion on L10. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a lot on that and the amendment, so I'm going to speak a little bit to the discussion before the amendment, and then I'll get to the amendment. Colleagues, we have a lot of laws that are of statewide concern, whether it's the 40-hour work week, there's nothing that says that you can't form a government, but you still have to pay them 40 hours. You still have to pay them overtime. You still have to comply with a lot of laws. And this bill was specifically to cover everybody, so we're not carving out and doing a local control time thing. This is of statewide concern, protecting these employees like we protect everybody else. To the amendment, I ask for a no vote. I think carving out the municipalities and subjecting our firefighters and police officers and any other worker to being able to be threatened and or not being able to have an opinion on a political thing outside of their work or outside of uniform, I don't think is the right setup that we should be doing. So I humbly ask for no vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the history of the CBs in the 21st century, I'm sorry, wrong note. Members, seriously, I urge an aye vote on L010. And it's a little frustrating because it's an amendment for a carve-out. I oppose the entire bill, and I do have detailed reasons for that I will share with you. But for the time being, suffice to say that public employees have constitutionally protected rights. They do not need rights similar to the National Labor Relations Act. They are protected as everyone else by the First Amendment, and we'll detail that later. I urge an aye vote because if we're going to do this, doing it to our local governments is just a burden that will render them subject to litigation. Everybody's going to have to have more and more public employee labor attorneys. Oh, the lawyer me thinks that might be a really good idea. The legislator me, who represents my constituents, thinks it's a really bad idea. So I urge an aye vote on L010.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you. I do appreciate all that I've learned today about the CBs. It was informative. Colleagues, this is a faster, quicker process of going through the Department of Labor. I would be more concerned if this was going to increase lawsuits and labor lawsuits, if the Department of Labor said that rights were violated. That means there is a there. And maybe that's what is trying to be hidden by opposing this bill and carving it out. So I don't believe that's happening because the whole base of the conversation was former county commissioners and people said how much they respect their employees and stuff. So my only assumption is most of these people have never worked in the private sector and don't know how to threaten or retaliate against their employees. Maybe that's something we could talk about at a later point. But, you know, unless this is happening, and being statement said here earlier, I don't know if this is going to be some kind of blow-up lawsuit bill.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do appreciate the comments from the sponsor. And he mentioned that there are some constitutional fundamental rights around protected speech, the right of association, for example. But what I don't feel is appropriate is that we are going to suspend and interfere with the constitutional provisions over here in order to somehow prop up and address constitutional rights that are over here. I don't think that, and this is the proverbial two wrongs don't make a right. I am not asserting here that there could be issues or problems with speech over here. But I don't believe the solution is by turning around and then violating the constitutional rights of our local governments over here in order to achieve it. I don't think that it's appropriate to overturn one in order to protect the tenets of the other. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on L10. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L10. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and L10 is lost. To the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L011?
Amendment L011 by Senator Zenzinger, amend printer bill, page 3, line 22, strike only and substitute a county with a population of less than
Senator
7,000.
Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, obviously, I'm disappointed that we are not going to address the constitutionality issue of local governments. And I understand you win some, you lose some. So if that's the case, I move Amendment L011.
To the amendment.
What this amendment does is it goes to the bill, page 3, line 22, and it strikes the word only, and it substitutes this sentence, a county with a population of less than 7,500 people pursuant to the official figures of the most recent United States decennial census, and strikes lines 23 through 26. And it strikes very specifically the words county or a municipality, and it just substitutes the word county, and it strikes the words state, a county, or municipality, and it just substitutes state or a county. And what I'm doing here with this amendment is I'm saying, okay, all the rest of you local governments, you're on your own. But when it comes to municipalities very specifically, because they are outlined in the Constitution, that at the very least, we should be willing to pull them out of this bill. And I urge an aye vote.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Arvada. Always appreciate discussion and our passion and her stance on policy, and we've had these discussions many, many years, so I always appreciate it. Colleagues, I request a no vote, pretty much for the similar reasons I did before. We're not picking winners and losers here. We're picking everybody in the state of Colorado. I've made an argument that this is constitutional and we need to apply it, so why are we carving out employees that do not get the same rights as other employees? This is a simple process. I don't think the training's wrong. I think it's a simple thing that we need to do, that you just have to have a conversation. If a complaint happens, the Department of Labor will come up, and if they may think it's frivolous and dismissed, it will happen a lot faster than somebody having to hire a lawyer and go to federal court and wait months and months to get on a docket. This is just a simple process, and I don't think alienating anybody in the state would be a proper thing. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L11. All those in favor say aye. Oh, you have further discussion? All right, very happy to allow it. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you. So the argument that the free speech arguments, the constitutional rights around the protections that we feel are important with this bill that we need to protect as a matter of statewide concern, well, they literally already are protected by our United States Constitution. So if you are in violation of those rights, then seek remedy through our United States Constitution. But I don't feel that it is appropriate to violate the rights of the local municipalities who have Colorado constitutional protections in order to offset. It's inappropriate, and I urge and I vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L11 to Senate Bill 111. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and L11 is lost. To the bill. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back to the retaliation part of it. One of my problems is that when someone asks what proper retaliation is, it can be considered retaliatory to fire someone or have performance reviews regarding their conduct. And that's the part that kind of bothers me, because I did a lot of performance reviews as a commissioner, and there was sometimes we had to put them on a performance plan, and if they felt like I was being retaliatory because I put them on a performance plan, that was never the case. It was always because they needed to do a better job, and the taxpayers demanded that they do a better job, and I didn't want to waste tax money doing with the substandard job that individual was doing. So I wanted to make sure that it's not retaliatory, and that's what this bill does. It could use that against that local governing body, which is not a good thing. And again, I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sat in on the committee on this bill also. Seems like there are a lot of bills that are headed through local government and housing. Being a former county commissioner, I don't appreciate all the intrusion on local control that the municipalities and the counties have. I realize this bill doesn't go at counties. They did that last year. I was fortunate to be able to get an amendment on that bill to exclude counties below 7,500 people. So with that, I move.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L016?
Thank you.
Amendment L016 by Senator Pelton.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 016.
To the amendment.
Thank you. What this amendment does is it exempts municipalities that are 25,000 people or less. You know, they treat their employees very well. They live with their employees. They go to church with a lot of them. They go to the same grocery store. Their kids, a lot of times, are in the same schools in this size of a municipality, or especially smaller. So, you know, for them to be included in this kind of a bill, you know, just adds burdens with extra employees and stuff to take care of some of the issues that would arise with this bill. So I hope the sponsor views this as a friendly amendment, and so with that, urge support.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my good colleague who did sit in the committee and listened. And I view every amendment as a friendly amendment. I don't agree with them. But, you know, I appreciate discussion. I've had many discussions with you guys before and after, and I really take to heart the small communities that these are your friends and stuff. And I'm not thinking that this bill is looking to go after that. This isn't what's going to happen. What happens if they're driving to another county and they're working in a big city because they live very far away, and, you know, and their employers are bullying them or treating them, or they have problems at work and it's like, hey, I want to say something, and like, I need to go tell the boss, and you go tell the boss, like, why didn't you tell it to your manager? And he's like, I want to fire you. I go, you shouldn't have that right. And I don't think this bill is getting at anything wrong. And maybe it's me. You guys have been many of you have been, not addressing anybody in particular. I'm always curious because like I said, other than here, I've always been in the private sector. And these are basic rights and intimidation things you cannot do to an employee. And I don't know why it needs to be feel appropriate that you need to have the rights to be able to threaten or not let them do what they want to do outside of work. That's all this bill is doing. If they want to go work and be a police officer or firefighter, and then they want to come out and promote a candidate or walk a neighborhood or take a position on something, why are we against that? Because it doesn't agree with the job or the boss that they have? That is what the fundamental right of this bill is, giving them a lot of freedoms. If they want to be part of a group that this doesn't have collective bargaining, they can. It also clarifies that they don't have to. It's not mandating anything. It's just giving a simple solution instead of, yes, First Amendment, we have a remedy. Yes, we can take them to federal court. Yes, it can take months. Yes, it can cost a lot of money, and not a lot of people are going to pursue that. And I personally think that's the reason why this isn't happening. And I don't see why a simple, faster, quicker, easier solution is a bad thing. I ask for no vote.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On principle, I don't support the amendment because I believe that all municipalities should be taken out, not just specific municipalities. This is essentially a rural amendment. This is for small rural towns. But if we want to be in keeping with the bill currently covers public hospitals, but it does not cover rural hospitals. So we've already made a decision that it's not for everybody, it's only for some people. And so if it's only for some people, but not rural hospitals, but the urban hospitals for sure, we're going to cover, then I would say vote for this amendment because we might as well decide just to be uniform across the bill and say that if you are a rural municipality, you should also be excluded, very similar to rural hospitals that were already excluded. And so I had asked for a yes vote.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You seem a lot younger than, maybe we're going back in time again here too. The bill is intended for public hospitals. Private hospitals, rural or probably more private, already have these protections. Like I said, this is about public workers. These rights are already instilled in the private workspaces. You cannot have a business or do this to your workers and tell them what to do or not do outside of work, or tell them what they can do outside of their job, or threaten them if they come to you with a complaint about their workplace with other people. This is just aligning that. So this is about public workplaces. So the rural hospitals if they're public, they're covered under this bill. If they're a rural hospital that is private, they already have those protections at their workplace. Ask for no vote.
Senator Zinzinger.
I would counter that that's actually not what's in the text of the bill. Rural county hospitals. I'm not talking about private hospitals. I'm talking about rural county hospitals are not included in it. The bill only contains the provisions of Denver Health and CU Health, which are public hospitals. And so I would, again, urge an aye vote just to be consistent that if we are going to exclude rural entities, then we might as well exclude a rural municipality which has a population of less than 25,000 or more.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L016 is lost. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are to the bill, members. I'm sorry to see such an empty chamber on a Friday afternoon when a bill of such import is being debated. So my commendations to all of you who are present. This bill will affect all of your public services throughout the state. And not, in my view, in a good way. You know, a lot of people start reviewing a bill by looking at the bill summary, and I do that myself. And I was a bit shocked, and I've made this known, of the first sentence at the bill summary. Because the first sentence of the bill summary says, the National Labor Relations Act does not apply to federal, state, or local governments, and the Colorado Labor Peace Act excludes governmental entities. Okay, neutral statement. With an exception for mass transportation systems. Okay, so far so good. Leaving public employees without the protection afforded by these labor laws. Well, not exactly true. Not exactly true. The good senator from Denver, the sponsor of the bill, was talking about public employees, not having protection. Well, this is really not the case. Public employees, because they're employed by a government actor, are protected by the First Amendment with their rights to speech and association. I'm not, and sometimes, particularly in this day and age, people get confused that somehow the First Amendment protects their freedom of speech with respect to their private employer. Not so. The private employer is not subject to First Amendment restrictions. The First Amendment starts, Congress shall make no law. And the 14th Amendment applied the First Amendment protections to the state. We have statutory protections of various sorts for all employees in the state. There's the so-called Smokers Act that protects any and all employees from adverse consequences for engaging in otherwise legal activities that don't impact their employer, which I've always thought that a bit ironic that that's referred to as the Smokers Act, because it doesn't refer to tobacco usage, but when it was passed in the with the strong support of the tobacco industry, because there were employers who wanted to punish employees for being smokers. But the bill has caused in its own way either been a great benefit or great mischief, depending on which you think, because it's in Title VIII, it covers more than that. And I think it protects public employees as well. Now, the bill summary starts out and says, well, you don't have the protections of the National Labor Relations Act. Well, that's because the National Labor Relations Act is a labor union public sector bill. It says, and this is accurate, the summary says the bill grants certain public employees, and it goes on and lists them all, and there's fights about who it will apply to. The right to discuss or express views regarding public employee representation or workplace issues. There's a whole set of Supreme Court cases about this. Let's start at the very beginning. Let's call it the history of free speech. The freedom of speech is clearly, and this is your right to freedom of speech vis-a-vis the government, whether you're in the private sector and the government is trying to impede your freedom of speech, or you're an employee of a government entity and they are attempting to impede your freedom of speech. The freedom of speech is the right to express your opinions and ideas without fear of government retaliation, censorship, or societal sanction by the government. It's often used synonymously with the freedom of speech, which can cause an issue for public sector employees and their employers, since an adverse employment action taken against an employee would be government action. So, to what extent does the First Amendment protect a public employee's ability to speak freely? Well, it turns out it does so in a pretty broad fashion, but you have to thread the needle carefully because, you know, all employees have a duty and obligation to keep the confidential information of their employer confidential. If you don't do that for the federal government, you might find yourself at the federal courthouse in Massachusetts, as one member of the Air National Guard did if you read your paper today. And the same, even under the National Labor Relations Act, the same is the case. But I don't see in this bill things that try to strike the balance the way that the National Labor Relations Act does. All the way back to 1967, which is in my lifetime, but not within many of yours, the U.S. Supreme Court held that an employer may not unreasonably restrict a public employee's rights. Rights as to what was reasonable were up in the air, and off we go with a whole series of case law. The court required a balance of the respective interests of the parties, and I think this bill is about, well, we need to give them free speech rights. Well, they have free speech rights, but those need to be balanced against the right of the public entity as an employer. I mean, after all, and I regret that the senator from Avon is not here because, you know, it's not clear to me that deputy DAs are somehow excluded, and yet they have obligations of confidentiality with respect to their client, the state. They have obligations of, the public defenders have obligations of confidentiality. They can't compromise that. So that's part of the balance. Along the way, the Supreme Court has clarified that in balancing the respective interest of employer and employee, the courts need to weigh a public employee's right to comment on a matter of public concern against the interest of the public employer to provide efficient and effective services. So, where a public employee's speech pertains to a matter of public concern, and a matter of public concern could be how are public employees treated, then the balance generally tips in the employee's favor. The Supreme Court has said when public employees make statements pursuant to their official duties, the employees are not speaking as citizens for First Amendment purposes, though. So, if a public employee calls a press conference to put out a statement about the activities of their employer, and I'm not talking about putting out a statement about working conditions and all, but decides to call into question a decision about using the DA's office, a decision made about whether or not someone should be prosecuted, that would be pursuant to their official duties or as part of their official duties. But the court has made clear that speech as a citizen for First Amendment purposes outside the scope of the employee's job duties is protected. Now, that always raises the question of what are ordinary duties, but if you think about this problem, it's not an easy one. It's not one that we can really legislate about unless we want to legislate what the Supreme Court has had to say about it. Ordinary duties of the employee are things that the court's going to take a practical view of and try to strike the balance. Now, again, if the speech touches on a matter of public concern, it's protected. And that's part of the analysis, whether an employee was speaking on a matter of public concern. And speaking might be sitting in a room with your fellow employees, might be at the nearby pancake house or the nearby bar or the nearby whatever, or, you know, a fellow worker's home. If it's a matter of public concern, though, it's protected, because it's one upon which free and open debate is vital to informed decision-making by the electorate. So that generally includes political, social, economic issues, issues of discrimination, and the government's use of its financial resources. The content and form and context of the analysis does require the court to decide, because, again, a public employee, say the clerk, who is present in a town council executive session, has an obligation. Now, maybe that clerk is hearing discussions about a particular employee or set of employees and problems with it. He or she shouldn't be free to discuss those matters. That's the deliberations in executive session by the town council. And yet, under this bill, seems to be free to talk about that. That's not good public policy. You know, the analysis the court requires and requires an examination is things like whether the statements were made at home or at work. I mean, after all, if you go home and sit over the dinner table and tell your spouse that your public employee boss is, well, you can fill in the blank, is, and that's probably going to be protected because it wasn't broadcast to the world. You know, whether it's public or private, the motivations, whether they were primarily personal in nature or had a matter of public concern. And it turns out that there are 4 primary categories into which cases fall where public concern has been found. And again, this is all to say that already these types of speech are protected when they involve matters of public concern. Matters of public concern, and the categories are misconduct by the department or superior officers or the leadership, in other words, of a municipal government even. Safety or working conditions. This is the thing that the National Labor Relations Act protects. It's protected by the First Amendment for public employees. Incompetence, there's none of that. There can't be incompetence by public employers. Every time I come down here and worry about that, people run to the well and tell me I'm just all wet about that. But incompetence would be one of harassment or discrimination. exactly the kinds of things that organized labor activities are about. They are protected today by the First Amendment. There are cases available, or there are cases that have been found in which the courts have determined an employee's speech did not touch upon a matter of public concern, and we'll talk about those in a minute. In essence, at the end, courts have to engage in a balancing test. Now, you could say, well, the employee shouldn't be subject to that uncertainty. Well, here's the thing about all of this. The National Labor Relations Act applies to private employers, and it does allow this balance. There is a management rights clause in the National Labor Relations Act. There's no management rights provision in this bill. This bill makes it open season on public employers. All of those volunteer town council members and school board members, special district board members, people who don't get paid to do what they do, or get paid very little. They don't make the munificent salary that the good senator from Denver earns along with me, almost as much as an aide that we make. And so how does the court strike the balancing test? The courts are going to consider things like, does the statement impair the ability of superiors to impose discipline? Does the statement cause disharmony among coworkers? But keep in mind, that has to be balanced against when the discussion is about safety or working conditions. Is there a detrimental impact on close working relationships where personal loyalty and confidence are necessary? Well, my example of the town clerk who must be present in the executive session in order to keep records and to make sure, and there are different practices, but it's not unusual to have the clerk as a confidential employee for county commissioners, for town councils. Does the statement involve the performance or impede the performance of the speaker's duties? Does the statement interfere with the regular operation of the enterprise? Does the speaker, this is important, does the speaker serve in a confidential policymaking or public contact role in the organization? If so, that person may have rights to speak limited about those topics. Not other topics, mind you. They're protected by the First Amendment. You know, cases arise in the police department. Does the statement undermine the mission of the police department? Does it conflict with the speaker's responsibilities? Has the speaker abused their own, in making the statement, abused their own public accountability? You know, I don't see, and maybe I missed it, we're in this part of the time when 100-page bills, or bills that maybe really would be better on 100 pages to cover all the nuances, would be covered. But if the employee shows that their discussion is a matter of public concern, then the employee can't be disciplined. They can't be retaliated against. And of course, that's always an issue. It'll be an issue with this bill, whether this bill passes or not. You know, did the employee have adverse action? We had to look at the bill and who is covered by this bill. We had amendments about excluding people from coverage. So the bill's going to give them a right to discuss or express views regarding public employee representation and workplace issues. Well, I've given you a brief, very brief synopsis of the First Amendment case law, but I can tell you that's protected speech already. Doesn't need this bill. Engage in protected concerted activity for the purposes of mutual aid or protection. Well, that protected concerted activity is National Labor Relations Act language, by the way, but mutual aid or protection, we're talking about safety, we're talking about discrimination, already protected under the First Amendment. Fully participate in the political process while off duty, clearly protected by the First Amendment, and not in uniform. Well, every member knows of the military knows that rule. You don't get to engage in political demonstrations while in uniform, as a former member of the House did many years ago prior to serving in the House by demonstrating in his uniform across the street from Lafayette Square. But that's a subject for a different day. Organize, form, join, or assist an employee organization, or, thank goodness, refrain from organizing, forming, joining, or assisting an employee organization. Even employers who do not have collective bargaining in Colorado, there are fewer and fewer public employers, there are employee associations. They are protected. They engage in those. They come to the back of this chamber. Their lobbyist comes to the back of this chamber. They come down here and send me a card and ask to come in and visit. And I invite them in because they are constituents. And if anybody says, why are you talking to them? I say, because they have a right to petition their government. Protected. But even under the National Labor Relations Act, there are employees that are confidential employees. And we had a big fight about this in the Public Employee Unionization Bill about who are the confidential employees. So you have to look at the definitions about who's going to be covered here. And all amendments have been rejected to exclude certain entities. And I guess I have to respect that. I'm always a little uncomfortable when people come in to get an exclusion for their entity. Although I think home rule cities are going to say, I wish I could cite to you the section of the Constitution, they are given control over their personnel policy. Now, I suppose the Declaration says it's a matter of statewide concern. I don't know. At some point, there's got to be some check upon whether a matter is of statewide concern, particularly if you exclude some employers, which this does. So, in this bill, county means only a city and county, and a county with a population of less than 7,500 people pursuant to the official figures on the most recent United States decennial census. So I'm thinking, and I'll stand to be corrected by the sponsor, I'm thinking big counties are excluded. That seems odd to me. The division means labor standards, so that they're going to be the enforcers here. They're going to be the government bureaucracy that goes around telling people whether they did or didn't do. An employee organization means the union, an organization in which public employees may participate and that exists for the purpose in whole and part. You know what's there. Governing body, that means the town council, that means county commissioners. Public employee means an individual employed by a public employer. I guess an apple is an apple in this case. Public employee means an individual employed by a public employer. We haven't defined an apple as an orange, thank goodness. Public employer, a county, but not big counties, because we said only some oranges are oranges here. A county is only a county with a population of less than 7,500 people, or a Denver or Broomfield, a city and a county. City and county of. I don't know what Denver and Broomfield did to get themselves into the deal while Pueblo County got itself out. Adams County got itself out. Maybe because they're already so unionized it doesn't matter. I don't know. A municipality, that would include even home rule municipalities, a question, I think. A district, business improvement district, special district, on and on. Any authority, other political subdivision of the state, a county or a municipality. Well, almost everybody's a political subdivision of the state. All those things. Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, State Institution of Higher Education, Office of the State Public Defender. It gets really interesting now as to who gets protected here. The public defenders who have duties of confidentiality to their clients and as a group to their law firm, if you will, they're going to have all these free speech rights which don't seem to have any limitation on them. University of Colorado Hospital Authority, so I guess Denver Health and Hospital Authority. Now it gets really, really good about who gets to speak. You know, when the federal government, and I have to say I have some grudging admiration for the sponsors about what I'm about to say. When the Congress passes federal statutes about federal employee labor law, they always conveniently exclude their own staff. They don't want any unionization or free speech protection going on around them past what the First Amendment does. We're going to allow the Joint Budget Committee staff to, I guess, to issue press releases now about matters of their concern. I'm waiting for them to have a meeting about how many bills get introduced in the last 30 days of the session. Legislative Council staff. I think when you get all these together, the Office of Legislative Legal Services, which has a duty of confidentiality to us. Really? The staff of the Office of the Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives, and are you listening in the enrolling room? The Senate Services staff. You're all going to be able to issue statements out there. Your protected free speech about the minority leader, the good senator from, I expect I'll be the subject of the first press release, yes. And it's all going to be unfair labor practice. Although it's interesting, For some reason, RTD can't, the drivers can't issue statements about safety or working conditions. I'm hearing muttering in the background that they're already protected. Well, I don't know what a sleeping car company is, by the way, if we have any of those. That's an interesting thing. All right, so what is it going to do? It's going to say a public employee has a right to discuss or express the public employee's views regarding public employee representation, workplace issues, or the rights granted to the public employee in this Article 32. Protected by the First Amendment, with a balancing test to make sure that the interest of the people of Colorado and the confidentiality of matters are respected. Engage in protected concerted activity for the purpose of mutual aid or protection, protected by the First Amendment. Fully participate in the political process while off duty and not in uniform, protected by the First Amendment already. Speaking with members of the public employer's governing body on terms and conditions of employment and any, hey, we're going to pick up the language out of the Supreme Court cases that protect First Amendment, matters of public concern. So we're already it's really interesting. We're already just throwing ourselves probably back into the balancing test that the United States Supreme Court has set out there. Engaging in other political activities in the same manner as other citizens of Colorado without discrimination, intimidation, or retaliation. Protected by the First Amendment, as well as what I referred to as the Smokers Act, the Legal Activities Act. These are legal activities. Engaging in political activities as other citizens is already protected by a very short 3 or 4 line, maybe it's a little longer, statute. Organize, form, join, or assist an employee organization or refrain from organizing. Well, it's good to know that they won't make me join the union. A public employer shall not discriminate against, coerce, intimidate, interfere. Well, these are all the things that if you did, they would be violations of the employee's First Amendment rights. Public employers shall not dominate or interfere in the administration of an employee organization. I don't know why you need a law to say that. So far as I see, management is scared to death of public employee unions. Discharge or discriminate against a public employee because a public employee has filed an affidavit, petition, or complaint, or given any information or testimony pursuant to this Article 32. So, protected by the First Amendment and the 5th and 14th Amendment with respect to due process. Or because the public employee has formed, joined, or assisted, or chosen to be represented by an employee organization. Protected. Enforcement, it says. An aggrieved party is barred from filing a claim that alleges that a public employer has violated Article 32 unless the claim is filed within 6 months. Well, at least there's that. Although ironically, sometimes I have to be careful up here because I get just analyzing the bill, and ironically, it sets a very short statute of limitation in essence, I think the employee has a First Amendment right that extends beyond that 6 months. The division is going to enforce these rights and obligations and promulgate rules. And they're going to adjudicate unfair labor practice charges and issue decisions. Well, again, maybe I should be for this. I'm going to need to do a lot of legal work to make up for all the lost income when I was making less money than an aide. And this is going to create a lot of work. Very limited right to the Court of Appeals. I'm very uncomfortable with this. You can't go to the district court for division. Now, there are some exemptions. But I guess I shouldn't say there are some exemptions. Really what it says is the State Board of Education isn't going to exempt charter schools. They're not going to exempt BOCES. School district can't exempt. This is going to be one of those non-exemptable, non-waivable requirements when you get a charter school. There is not anywhere in this bill a recognition that there are things that public employees are not permitted to talk about. I mean, I think it gives them carte blanche to go on social media and pound away at their employer. Call it a matter of public concern. I think it gives the Joint Budget Committee staff, along with Ledge Counsel and Ledge Legal Services and the House and Senate staff, I think it gives them the right to go on social media and say things like, you know, I'm just getting really tired and it's wearing me down and it's really taking its toll on all of us on the Senate staff that Senator Gardner is talking so long. I think that's protected. It's a matter of working conditions. I think if this bill passes, what would be unthinkable
Senator Gardner.
Well, thank you. I was just being shown an amendment that you could limit the nonpartisan role of the employer, something like that. Well, I don't think that the complaint about me talking a long time is necessarily partisan at all. Well, my talking a long time, Mr. Majority Leader, may be partisan, but the toll it takes on everyone in this chamber, including yours truly, is not partisan. It is equal opportunity. You know, I appreciate and try to have a sense of humor about this, but think of all of the other things. If I can stand here before you and say, I think that's probably going to be protected under this bill, and we can chuckle about it, or say, oh, Lord, that it be true. But a whole lot of other things will be the case. A lot of things. I mean, will the sergeants be able to, and the state patrol, maybe they'll be able to, this would be good. Maybe the sergeants over in the House and the state patrol could issue a statement. Maybe a couple of officers could get together and say, All we did was protect the public and follow the rules. Why are we being called into question for what we did? Matter of public concern and working conditions. Whatever anyone thinks about that particular incident, I don't think that would be healthy. You know, all of this is part of the protection and unionization of public employees. And there is this equation. There is this equation of private employees have this protection, private employees need these rights, and public employees should have them too. You know, really any discussion about this really ought to start in this country with a letter that President Franklin Roosevelt sent to the Federation of Federal Employees in 1937 at the height of the unionization protection era, Taft-Hartley and all of those things, when the NLRA was becoming law. President Roosevelt had a very, who ought to be an icon in the other party. You can't call your annual dinner Jefferson Jackson Day anymore, but you might be able to call it Roosevelt. President Roosevelt wrote to the head of that union, whose last name, I've always thought this was kind of got a chuckle. Appropriately enough, the union president's name was Stewart. Let me read to you. My dear Mr. Stewart, as I am unable to accept your kind invitation to be present on the occasion of the 20th Jubilee Convention of the National Federation of Federal Employees, I am taking this method of sending greetings and a message. Reading your letter of July 14, 1937, I was especially interested in the timeliness of your remark that the manner in which the activities of your organization have been carried on during the past 2 days, quote, has been in complete consonance with the best traditions of public employee relationships. Organizations of government employees have a logical place in government affairs. The desire of government employees for fair and adequate pay, reasonable hours of work, safe and suitable working conditions, development of opportunity for advancement, facilities for fair and impartial consideration and review of grievances and other objectives of a proper employee relations policy is basically no different from that of employees in private industry. So says President Roosevelt. I agree with that, by the way. Organization on their part to present their views on such matters is both natural and logical. But meticulous attention should be paid to the special relationships and obligations of public servants to the public itself and to the government. All government employees should realize, says President Roosevelt, that the process of collective bargaining, as usually understood, cannot be translated into the public service. It has its distinct and insurmountable limitations when applied to the public personnel management. The very nature and purposes of government make it impossible for administrative officials to represent fully or to bind the employer in mutual discussions with government employee organizations. The employer is the whole people. Let me stop there. President Roosevelt says the employer is the whole people. This bill and this legislation, and I'll return to the letter in a moment, is talking about the relationship of an employee employed by the city and county of Denver, I won't call any out, but such and such special district. Who is the employer? Is it like some amorphous? Is it some investors? Is it George Soros with his millions and billions of dollars? Well, that would invite some comment, but I won't go there, about ownership. Is it Elon Musk? No. The employer of these employees is the whole people of that political subdivision or the state. It's you and me and everybody. What does President Roosevelt go on to say to the union president, the public employee union president? The employer is the whole people who speak by means of laws enacted by their representatives in Congress. Likewise, in the General Assembly, by ordinances and decisions of the city and county of Denver, of Saguache County, of Otero County, of Monument, of Woodland Park. President Roosevelt goes on to say, accordingly, administrative officials and employees alike are governed and guided, and in many instances restricted by laws which establish policies, procedures, or rules in personnel matters. Particularly, I want to emphasize my conviction that militant tactics have no place in the functions of any organization of government employees. Upon employees and he talks about the federal service, rests the obligation to serve the whole people, whose interests and welfare require orderliness and continuity in the conduct of government activities. This obligation is paramount, since their own services have to do with the functioning of the government. A strike of public employees manifests nothing less than intent on their part to prevent or obstruct the operations of government until their demands are satisfied. Such action, looking toward the paralysis of government by those who have sworn to support it, is unthinkable and intolerable. It is therefore with a feeling of gratification that I have noted in the Constitution of the National Federation of Federal Employees the provision that under no circumstances shall this federation engage or support strikes against the United States government. Goes on to congratulate them on their 20th anniversary. Now, what President Roosevelt doesn't address in that letter of 1937 about rights of public employees is that they are, in fact, protected by the First Amendment. This bill suffers two major infirmities. One, on the one hand, it is unnecessary. It is unnecessary because the free speech rights and the free association rights and the rights to petition and associate and gather and engage in the political process are already protected and well protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which applies to the state of Colorado through the 14th Amendment. And there is well-developed case law that protects those employees. But that well-developed case law requires a balancing test for people like district attorneys, public defenders, political staff, partisan or nonpartisan, senior staff, people in confidential positions. This bill takes no cognizance of that. It sort of hints at matters of public concern, but that only drags in all the First Amendment case law. If that's what you're trying to do, that's what you ought to say. And then you ought to say, and I'm really not doing anything else other than putting in state law what the federal and state law already is. The other thing this bill does not do, and by the way, it so proudly says we're offering what the National Labor Relations Act does, the NLRA, it fails to have a management rights clause as the National Labor Relations Act does. The bill assumes that public employees and public employers have no common interest, but they have an inherent interest in serving the public. I mean, we hope that our public employees have that inherent interest, and I think for all of our members who have served in local government, their employees have demonstrated that inherent interest. I think for those of us who are in the General Assembly, we know that our staff, partisan and nonpartisan,
There is an amendment at the desk.
have demonstrated this inherent interest. We need to protect and acknowledge the rights of management, and for that reason, I move L.
Will the clerk, real quick, will the clerk please read the amendment number L014?
Amendment L014 by Senator Gardner, amend printed bill
Senator
page
Gardner.
6.
Thank you. I move L014.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Continuing in that line, missing from this bill is an appropriate management rights clause, and this amendment is an appropriate management rights clause. This is the essential counterpart for any labor management relations bill. It's in the NLRA. It's in the Federal Labor Relations Act. That is for federal employee unions. Public employees have the right to propose anything at all under this bill. Public employers must have the parallel right to offer their honest opinion of the pros and cons of any proposal without being accused of an unfair labor practice. Virtually all public sector labor laws reserve substantial powers to the elected and appointed officials and managers to pursue their public mission. There's no recognition of that in the bill now. The bill as written is entirely unbalanced and fails to place a value on the common mission of getting the public work done well and done efficiently. This provision would at least restore balance and help the division of labor, a distinction between appropriate and needed employee and individual and collective self-advocacy. It is important. It is not revolutionary. It is not offered to be obstreperous or anything else. This is a common provision of all labor relations laws, public and private sector. I ask for an aye vote on L014.
Is there any discussion? Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for the presentation. I learned a lot. This would take out a lot of the coverages of what the bill's trying to entail, which is under the rights of the employees. So ask for no vote.
Senator Gardner.
Yes. Since all of you didn't come streaming up here to get this, let me read it to you. Employers, governing boards, and public administrators at all times have the right to share their frank and free opinions on the advantages or disadvantages of collective bargaining in the public sector. Right of free speech? Why isn't that okay? Don't mean to be trite. Good for the goose, good for the gander. Next paragraph. Public employers have all powers, duties, and rights established by constitutional provision, statute, ordinance, charter, special act, or other provisions of law, or organic organizing documents. That's probably redundant, but organic organizing documents of the public body, including but not limited to the right to direct the work of employees, hire, promote, demote, fire, assign, transfer, and otherwise direct employees, suspend employees for purposes of investigation or discipline, and discipline or discharge employees as otherwise permitted by law. So it's not negating the right of the employees to speak. It is saying, without being accused of an unfair labor practice, employers have a right to manage their personnel. They have a right to maintain and promote governmental efficiency, lay off employees for lack of work or performance, assiduously pursue the lawful mission of the public entity, and seek to provide the highest level of service to the public, determine and implement a prudent budget, conserve public resources, and otherwise exercise all inherent management powers and duties granted or implied by law. I urge an aye vote, and I would suggest a no vote would be that you didn't think it was okay in this bill for an employer to have the rights to manage their workforce on behalf of the whole of the people. I strongly encourage an aye vote on L014.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L014. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only a couple more hours. Yeah, I'll see to that. Members, this bill is one of those that we see so often these days. On the one hand, it's unnecessary to achieve the objectives that it purports by its declaration, that it purports to be trying to achieve, and at the same time, it does a lot more, or opens Pandora's box, a can of worms, to mix the metaphors, with respect to what is it that an employee can do. Right now, if an employee contacts me, a public employee, it happens from time to time. When you're a simple country lawyer, your phone rings with general legal questions, and some of them come from public employees. Can I be disciplined for this? Or am I free to speak? And I spend a few minutes and I explain to them and talk about the test for matters of public concern. I mean, usually it has to do with a public employee who's nervous about participating in political activity. That's the most common kind of inquiry I receive. Is it okay for me to go to my caucus? I'm a state employee. Is it okay for me to go to a caucus? Is it okay for me to support another candidate for county clerk and recorder, or for whatever. Well, the answer is yes, it is. Don't bring it to work. And by the way, your boss, who may be of another party, better not bring it to work either. But it's okay to engage in those activities. It's protected by the First Amendment. The problem here is that there's no balance of what employees cannot speak about. I gave you some examples, some things that I think, while other than my feelings might be hurt, it wouldn't hurt me a great deal if somebody went on social media and said, I wish you'd stop talking so I can go home. Sitting behind the desk, it's just, I wish he wouldn't ask for things to be read at length. My voice is running out. But that would not be appropriate. And yet, I think this bill makes it legal. And those are trivial examples. I use them because they don't cut too close to the bone. But the bill, as I say, both does nothing and upsets the balance at the same time to open the door for all sorts of speech activity by public employees that is beyond what has been properly protected by, frankly, legal minds appointed by both the presidents of both parties who assiduously work to protect First Amendment rights. One of the things that I think the United States Supreme Court really struggles with and has brought agreement on is the First Amendment, although they more recently have had some question about whether New York Times versus Sullivan ought to be and remain the law. But it's a legitimate thing, and it's a legitimate discussion amongst them. It is not in any way partisan as some of the issues they do. They have gone to great lengths to protect the free speech rights of public employees, to do so to ensure that people with particular knowledge of the operation of government, can freely speak and engage in the political process. This bill upsets that for confidential employees, employees who are subject to managers, supervisors, people who have a duty of confidentiality. It's not recognized at all in this bill. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the passage of Senate Bill 111. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 111 passes. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Committee will rise and report. Cindy? Now what do I do?
Senate will come to order. Senator Mulliken.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 184 is amended, Senate Bill 268 is amended, Senate Bill 254 is amended, Senate Bill 273 is amended, Senate Bill 111 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1196 passed on second reading and ordered, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1224 laid over until April 17, 2023, and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Mulliken.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion is adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any? Oh. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment? Cal Amendment 1 to 254.
Cal 001 to Senate Bill 254, Senator Van Winkle moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Van Winkle floor amendment L05 to Senate Bill 254 did pass. Amend printed bill page 2, line 3. After section 4, subparagraph 8.5, insert section 4, subparagraph D, page 3, line 3, insert subparagraph D. Notwithstanding the provisions of this subsection 4, a court shall never grant a no-knock search warrant to execute an extreme risk protection order or temporary extreme risk protection order.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment number 1 and ask for a yes vote.
The question of the body is adoption of Amendment 1 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Oh, Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair is fine, but technically it's president.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's all good.
I want to thank my colleagues for the discussion that we had on this policy as we were debating this bill on second reading. And I want to be clear that this is, that the testimony that we heard in committee in regards to this bill was really insightful and impactful for me, because we heard from law enforcement that this policy, the policy of entering someone's home without knocking on their doors, was a tactic that was rarely utilized in the first place. And yet, we heard from community deep fear, deep anxiety, deep distress. And so for that reason, I'm grateful to my colleague from Aurora for having taken the lead on this policy effort for not weeks, for not months, but for years, to correct this harm and to ensure that we could build a policy that balances the interests of community and of law enforcement. To this amendment, to the Cal Amendment, I asked for a no vote. Thank you.
Senator Janal is excused. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I feel like I should give a good description of what this amendment does and just remind the body, because there were many members out of the room. The bill aims to limit the discretion essentially of law enforcement to do no-knock raids at any times. Now, these are rarely used in the state of Colorado by law enforcement, but they are used and they are necessary in times. The one time I'm worried about them being used is during an ORPO warrant being served. Once again, the person who is a target of an ORPO does not know that they are, and they have no notice or opportunity to defend themselves or even voluntarily turn their firearms over. They don't know that law enforcement is on the way to their home. So the least we can do is give that person a knock at the door in a more calm approach than a no-knock raid. I don't believe they're being used by law enforcement for ERPOs, but let's just make absolutely sure and make sure it has the force of law behind it so that it isn't. Also then, from the perspective of law enforcement, the reason I am worried it could be someday used for it is that they are ordered to enter the home and remove the firearms from someone that they know is having maybe the most stressful time of their life. They are having a mental anxiety. They are having a mental perhaps break. And they are told, law enforcement is, that that person facing a mental break is heavily armed. So law enforcement could opt to do, for their own safety, a no-knock raid to get in the house very quickly and calm the situation down and then deal with it afterwards. I just want to make sure that never happens, and I want to make sure that our law enforcement and community, when an ERPO is being served, is being done in the most calm way possible. And so I ask for a yes vote for this amendment.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just briefly, this is already subject during the request process for a search warrant, substantively and to the Cow Amendment, to the debate that we've had. This is already part of a judge's discretion already, and that's why, to the content of the amendment, we ask for a no vote. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. We encourage a no on this Cow Amendment. This work in this bill has been extensive stakeholder conversations with a variety of different people. And to bring this up at the very last moment when there was opportunity to do this earlier just doesn't really kind of respect the process in reference to how we got to this point. All the people who collaborated to lend voice to this, and then all of a sudden we have what I would call a distraction to have you look somewhere else. If you know anything about no-knock warrants, then you know that they came about because of a war on drugs. And the war on drugs was about banging through people's doors to get evidence. And what they were looking for were drugs. In the course of looking for drugs, that encounter would leave somebody dead or someone hurt. And so what we've done in this bill is to put together some careful restrictions and limitations about what the procedure should be when you enter a dwelling. You have to have on a uniform, you have to have on your badge, you have to have your body camera on, you have to announce yourself, and you have to give the person enough time to get to the door. Because when you startle someone in the middle of the night, there could be a dead body like what we saw with Breonna Taylor. In that case, they were at the wrong house. Her boyfriend called 911 saying somebody broke in, but it was the police. There's time frames and limitations in reference to what we're trying to do. And this Cal Amendment takes it in a different direction after extensive stakeholder meetings in reference to what's practical, what's common sense. So members, please vote no on this Cal amendment.
The question before the body is the adoption of Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 254 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Hansen, Roberts, Mullica, Exum, Colker, Jaquez Lewis, Rodriguez, Zenzinger, Marchman, Gonzalez, Henriksen, Sullivan, Danielson, Cutter, Winter, Fields, Priola, Buckner, Finberg. Please add the president. With a vote of 9 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent, and 5 excused, the amendment is lost. Senate Bill 184 is amended, Senate Bill 268 is amended, Senate Bill 254 is amended, Senate Bill 273 is amended, and 111 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. I was going to say, okay. Question of the body's adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 30 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 5 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Again, Senate Bill 184 is amended, 268 is amended, 254 is amended, 273 is amended, 111 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1196 passed on second reading, ordered revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1224 laid over until 4/17/2023 and retained and is placed on the calendar. Consideration of resolutions. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Joint Resolution 8 lay over until Friday, April 28th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Joint Resolution 8 to Friday, April 28th, 2023. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Joint Resolution 008 will lay over until Friday, April 28th, 2023. Governor's appointments. Consent calendar. Consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Members of the Underground Damage Prevention Safety Commission for a term expiring January 4, 2024. Kirk Graham of Commerce City, Colorado, to serve as a representative of rural electric cooperatives occasioned by the resignation of Dale Kishba of Longmont, Colorado, appointed for terms expiring January 1, 2026. Ted Jensen of Wellington, Colorado, to serve as a representative of counties reappointed. Moses Alvarez of Aurora, Colorado, to serve as a representative of contractors appointed. Anne Marie Bluff of Peyton, Colorado, to serve as a representative of excavators appointed. Josh Mack of Boulder, Colorado, to serve as a representative of water utilities appointed. Members of the Board of Trustees for Adams State University for a term expiring December 31st, 2024. Leroy Salazar of Alamosa, Colorado, occasioned by the resignation of Amanda De La Rosa of Denver, Colorado, appointed for term expired December 31st, 2025. Dwayne Bussey of Alamosa, Colorado, occasioned by the resignation of Jennifer Mule of Alamosa, Colorado, appointed effective January 1st, 2023 for terms expiring December 31st, 2026. Karen Middleton of Aurora, Colorado, appointed. Thomas Kim of Centennial, Colorado, appointed.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of all the appointments listed on the consent calendar, which includes the members of the Underground Damage Prevention Safety Commission and the members of the Board of Trustees for Adams State University.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes on the consent calendar? With 30 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 5 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Message from the House.
April 14, 2023. Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bills 1155, 1182, 1263, 1275, 1280, and 1268, amended as printed in House Journal April 13, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bills 1262, 1250, and 1276. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Reviser of Statutes House Bill 1259, amended as printed in House Journal April 13, 2023, and amended on third reading and as printed in House Journal April 14, 2023.
Message from the Reviser.
April 14, 2023, we herewith transmit without comment House Bills 1250, 1262, and 1276 without comment as amended. House Bills 1155, 1182, 1259, 1263, 1268, 1275, and 1280.
Introduction of resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 1020, Representative Bradfield, Senator Gardner, concerning honoring Police Officer Julian Becerra.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Joint Resolution 1020 lay over until Monday, April 17th.
The motion is to lay over House Joint Resolution 1020 to Monday, April 17th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 1020 will lay over until Monday, April 17th, 2023. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 282 by Senator Gardner and Gonzalez, Representative Wiseman and Soper, concerning the creation of a Jury Appreciation Day.
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 283, Senator Zenzinger, concerning mechanisms to utilize federal funding under federal infrastructure-related acts.
Appropriations.
Senate Bill 284, Senators Bridges and Danielson, Representative Judah, concerning requirements for contraceptive insurance coverage that increases consistent access to the contraception most suited to the individual.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1075, Representatives Snyder and Joseph, Senator Exum, concerning evacuation and clearance time modeling in wildfire risk areas of the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Agriculture and Natural Resources.
House Bill 1153, Representative Armagost and Amabile, Senators Pelton B. and Rodriguez, concerning a feasibility study to determine pathways to behavioral health care for people with serious mental illness and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1178, Representative Froelich, Senator Winter F., concerning enhancing court personnel's recognition of domestic violence to access federal funding and in connection therewith, including the recognition of child abuse.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1213, Representatives Young and Bradfield, Senator Mullica, concerning the distribution of Stop the Bleed materials to schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Education.
House Bill 1216, Representative Story and Froelich, Senator Danielson, concerning measures to promote safety in the distribution of natural gas.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1227, Representatives Judah and Ortiz, Senator Will, concerning the enforcement of requirements imposed on pharmacy benefit managers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1231, Representatives McLaughlin and Pugliese, Senators Marchman and Lundin, concerning improving mathematics outcomes in pre-kindergarten through 12th grade education and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Education.
House Bill 1233, Representatives Morrow and Valdez, Senators Priola and Winter F., concerning energy efficiency and in connection therewith requiring the State Electrical Board to adopt rules facilitating the electrical vehicle charging in multifamily buildings, limiting the ability of the State Electrical Board to prohibit the installation of electric vehicle charging stations, forbidding private prohibition on electric vehicle charging and parking, requiring local governments to count certain spaces served by an electric vehicle charging station for minimum parking requirements, forbidding local governments from prohibiting the installation of electric vehicle charging stations, exempting electric vehicle charges from business personal property tax, and authorizing electric vehicle charging systems along highway rights-of-way.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1246, Representatives McCluskey and Pugliese, Senators Buckner and Will, concerning measures to support the in-demand career workforce and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Education. Change in sponsorship. The following change in bill sponsorship will occur. Senator Pelton Beautiful will be removed as a Senate joint prompt sponsor on Senate Bill 273 with Senator Marchman. Conference committee reports.
First report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 90 to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 90 concerning the enactment of the 2022 amendments to the Uniform Commercial Code has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following. One, that the Senate exceeded the House amendments made to the bill as the amendment appears in the re-revised bill. Two, that under the authority granted the committee to consider matters not at issue between the two houses, the following amendments be recommended. Respectfully submitted. Senate Committee Senators Gardner, Chair, Rodriguez and Janal. House Committee Representatives Snyder, Chair, Byrd and Soper.
Announcements. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is kind of for the morning, but your little pink bags you have. So good afternoon, colleagues. This was Bingo Day at the Capitol, and your bright pink bags is a courtesy of the Colorado Charitable Bingo Association. Association has been in existence for 30-plus years, represents all the licensed charities that take advantage of bingos and raffles as their main revenue source for their community programs. And I think we all know they do some really good community programs. So enjoy your bags and get out there and play bingo. Thank you. Bingo.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. I have received permission to be gone on Thursday afternoon, April 27th, and Friday, April 28th.
All those in favor? I'm just joking. Excellent. Excellent. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is the 560th Friday since my son Alex was murdered in the Aurora Theater Massacre, celebrating his 27th birthday on July 20th, 2012. Also murdered that day were Alex Teves, A.J. Boyk, John Larimer, Matt McGinn, Jessica Galloway, Jonathan Blunk, Jesse Childress, Gordon Cowden, Rebecca Wingo, Michaela Medic, and 6-year-old Veronica Mosier Sullivan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing no further announcements, I move that the Senate adjourn until Monday, April 17th at 10 a.m.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, April 17th, 2023.